Welcome to MINDSHOCK. This is your host, Bruce McGuire, and you are listening to the most mind-shocking series in MINDSHOCK history so far. The Steven Seagal series, The Man, The Myth, The Legend, Part 3, possibly the most prolific entity to ever exist in our realm. I mean, Steven Seagal really does appear to be the master of just about every trade out there. We are now entering our 10th hour of examining Steven Seagal in the most comprehensive, exhaustive, objective, and logical analysis into the life and times and alleged crimes of the one and only Steven Seagal. As always, if you enjoy the podcast, find it interesting and informative, want to help support the podcast, want to help logic and reason return to a world where anti-Seagal propaganda even exists, you can donate to our PayPal. Just check the link in the description. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Help support the channel that way. Make sure to subscribe to the channel. Hit the bell for notifications if you're not getting them. Just like and comment on more videos. And, of course, share them. Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. Questions, comments, theories, thoughts, suggestions, rebuttals, debunks of any kind. Leave them in the comment section. Okay, first of all, there seems to be a concerted effort to even prevent Steven Seagal truth from being on the internet. I used a custom AI to recover long purged videos of Seagal on Alex Jones's show blowing the whistle on the Illuminati. I mean, is there anything this guy isn't amazing at? I mean, martial arts master, guitar master, sword master, marksman master, actor, a master at acting. He's even a master at whistleblowing on the CIA and the Illuminati. He's a master of testifying against the mob and single-handedly dismantling the mob influence in America with his testimony, after which he didn't even have to go into witness protection for. I mean, there's probably a Seagal protection agency where the mobsters have to hire people so that Seagal, they could feel safer from Seagal coming after them. I mean, is there anything this guy can't do? But anyway, when I put up scheduled notifications of streams, there seem to be a lot more issues than when I just launched them immediately. I mean, it's a strange thing. But who is ready for even more receipts? I mean, we've been dissecting every claim against Seagal and knocking them all down like dominoes. I mean, the amount of receipts that exist supporting this man is just absolutely staggering. All the Seagal haters are probably on suicide watch right now with the amount of receipts they're drowning in. And we're going to get to the big ones today, finally. We're going to start off with the one and only Gene LeBell. This guy that appears to be a complete fraud, talking trash about Steven Seagal. I mean, Gene LeBell is this fruity individual who apparently no official judo body even recognizes LeBell's alleged judo belts or accomplishments. I mean, it's really weird. I mean, this guy talks trash about so many people, and the goof, I mean, we can't even find any verification of the goof's alleged credentials. I mean, this is the guy. Now, here's the thing. He didn't even claim to choke out Seagal. I mean, listen to these claims. We're going through all the receipts right now. Every last one of them. No stone will be left unturned in this complete examinations of the propaganda smear campaign against the one and only Master Seagal. So Viking Samurai actually put in some work here on analyzing this situation of LeBell versus Seagal.
You're saying that someone has...
And a few people were asked about this. Viking Samurai was doing his homework. Shout out to the one and only Viking Samurai.
Saying that someone has created this sort of fable, this myth of an altercation that never even happened.
All lies and false propaganda.
Hey guys, in today's video we'll be answering the question, did Steven Seagal really get choked out by Judo Gene LeBell? Well, if you heard the story, he got a little more than just choked out. I'll give you a quick summary of events just to catch everyone up to speed, and I'll be showing some video clips of different people who say it happened. None of them were there, by the way. There are also various interviews with Steven Seagal denying the claims.
Walks around telling everybody he's Judo Gene LeBell, tells everybody he beat me up, he choked me out, and the guy is a pathological liar.
I've also found articles online, and there's also a book written by stuntman Stephen Lambert who talks about the story, but it's a little bit different than what you've heard. But anyway, I'll be analyzing all the data and then give you my theory and what I believe is the most logical conclusion to the story.
Oh my God.
Don't worry, Steven, I'm going to be fair, unlike so many other guys on YouTube. Make sure to stay until the end of the video, by the way, because I'll be going over the good, the bad, and the ugly. Different comments I came across on the channel. You won't want to miss that. One of them is from a pretty famous YouTuber. Another one is from a guy... Well, make sure to hit that thumbs up button and like the video once you made the determination that you actually do like the video. But you can always assume I'm fine if you want to just click it now. And if you're not yet subscribed to the channel, go ahead and click subscribe so you can be part of making the 80s and 90s great again. The story of Gene LeBell choking out Steven Seagal, which allegedly resulted in Seagal relieving himself, aka crapping his pants.
Well, if a guy soils himself, you can't criticize him.
I mean, listen to the words LeBell is saying, because he was asked if this happened. Gene's exact words were, if a guy soils himself in this type of situation, you can't blame him.
Because if they just had a nice big dinner an hour before, you might have a tendency to do that.
Took place during production for 1991's Out for Justice. This would have been Seagal's fourth film, riding high off the 3 prior hits, Above the Law, Hard to Kill, and Marked for Death. So he's an established leading man at this point, but has supposedly built a reputation for roughing up stuntmen. Story has it that Steven Seagal felt the need to really make contact with the stuntman because the camera was going to be in tight, and if he didn't make contact, then the fight scenes wouldn't have looked realistic. As far as his Aikido moves go, he obviously would have really had to perform those on stuntmen willing to take the flips and falls. Unlike the art of Aikido itself, Steven Seagal did actually perform a series of strikes within his movie fight scene, and it's hard to say whether or not the allegations of him not pulling his punches are true or not. Though that part would lend credence as to why Gene LeBell's story was shared throughout the world of...
I mean, here's the other thing, too. Like, if Seagal has insider knowledge of who in Hollywood is dirty, I mean, he revealed some mind-shocking truth bombs on Alex Jones regarding the Hollywood cabal. I mean, is it possible he knew who was involved in what, and he was just dishing out what was due?
Stuntman and then later the general public. For example, whether the Gene LeBell story is actually factual or not, wouldn't it be a great story to tell if you were one of those stuntmen that may have gotten hurt from one of Seagal's fight scenes? A stuntman ended up telling comedian Kevin Hart that story, which he was all too eager to share with everyone else.
Steven comes up to the guy, he's like, hey.
And you know what's crazy? Like, what does Kevin Hart have anything to do with Seagal or martial arts movies? I mean, he's not even in the right decade. I mean, he didn't even know the people who knew Seagal. I mean, how many degrees of separation is here for Illuminati puppet Kevin Hart to even be talking about Seagal? I mean, this has to raise an eyebrow even of the most devout coincidence theorists. Because we went over the timeline. The anti-Seagal propaganda didn't start until after he opened his mouth about Obama in 2014 and blew the whistle on Fast and Furious and Benghazi and all these other things. And then, of course, the Piers Morgan 2017 appearance. And then after that, all of these alleged allegations come out. And all of these, talk show hosts and comedians, out of the blue, out of nowhere, they just start talking about Seagal, who hasn't did an A-list movie in how long?
Put me in your best hold. I bet you I can get out of it. And he's like, I can't do that. You're my boss. I can't do that to you. He's like, put me in your best hold. Choke Steven. Puts him in a chokehold. Steven's struggling.
How would Kevin Hart know if Steven was struggling if he wasn't there? He's repeating a broken telephone story of a particular allegation, which we'll get into. We'll get into first-hand accounts of people that were there.
Taps out. He taps out. It goes, good hole. And he beelines. He beelines to the bathroom. And literally, all you heard was...
That statement alone should throw up a red flag. He's talking about like he was actually there when he says literally all you heard was, which he wasn't even there. And not only that, I think Kevin Hart's the only one who's got the story where Steven Seagal actually tapped out and crapped his pants. Most stories have him actually getting unconscious, but I guess Kevin Hart has his own version of events. So the most popular origin of this story has Gene LeBell working as a stunt coordinator on Out for Justice. At some point during the production, Steven Seagal announced that due to his Aikido training, he was immune to chokes. When the then 58-year-old LeBell heard the claim, he gave Seagal the opportunity to test it, as sort of a way to get revenge on Seagal for mistreating the stuntman. I believe Gene LeBell could choke out Steven Seagal, or anyone for that matter, if presented the opportunity where he would already have you in the chokehold and then simply just have to apply full pressure when someone said go. Was Steven Seagal really that arrogant that he thought he could still get out of the choke at that point? Supposedly his special move to get out of it was to strike.
I mean, is there really a difference between arrogance and being realistic? I mean, come on, look at Seagal. He's obviously impervious to chokes.
Gene in the balls, which apparently didn't work. That is, if the story is even true. In stuntman Stephen Lambert's book, From the Streets of Brooklyn to the Halls of Hollywood, he addresses the incident. Stephen Lambert, by the way, has been doing stunts since the early 1980s all the way until 2016 and has even appeared in Van Damme's Time Cop. According to Lambert, he was one of 4 men on the set of Out for Justice when the so-called incident would have happened. The other 3 were Seagal's 2 bodyguards and a stuntman by the name of Lincoln Simons. Just for the record, Steve Lambert and Lincoln Simons are not credited for stunts on Out for Justice, but neither is Gene LeBell, and no one's saying Gene LeBell wasn't part of the stunt crew on Out for Justice. Lambert and Simons were both active stuntmen at the time, having previously worked on the Steven Seagal film Marked for Death, so I don't doubt they had some sort of involvement with his next film, which was Out for Justice. In his book, Stephen Lambert pours cold water on the Gene LeBell choking out Steven Seagal story, saying it never happened, although there was an actual minor skirmish between the two. According to Lambert, here's what happened. LeBell introduced himself to Seagal by saying, "It's an honor to work with you." Seagal replied that he heard about Gene LeBell's skills as a tough guy. They talked for a while and LeBell suggested that he would like to show Seagal a chokehold. Seagal doubted the effectiveness of it and told Gene LeBell that he has kind of a sixth sense to escape from any choke. LeBell carefully put his arm around Seagal's neck without hurting him because it was supposed to be a demonstration. All of a sudden, Seagal sidestepped, brought his arm in the air and hit LeBell in the crotch. LeBell reacted like nothing happened but fell on the ground. Stephen Lambert couldn't believe that LeBell didn't shout and just acted like nothing happened. LeBell still had his arm around Seagal's neck and his legs behind him and pushed him in the air. Seagal landed like a potato sack on the ground. There was no mat to land on, nothing but hard ground. LeBell tried to help Seagal up. Seagal acted like nothing happened and LeBell did the same. It was absolutely crazy, according to Lambert. The 2 bodyguards, huge guys, looked at Seagal, but Seagal shook his head. That was supposed to mean for them not to attack Gene because that would mean that the 2 bodyguards would seriously get hurt by LeBell. Steve Lambert couldn't believe what just happened during the supposed demonstration and has no idea why Seagal suddenly hit LeBell in the crotch. Lambert ran to stunt coordinator Conrad Palmisano and told him to come quick. I think Seagal and LeBell are going to fight.
Mom! Mom! It's Dad. He's on television. He's fighting. What?
Palmisano didn't listen. Lambert repeated
These Viking samurai edits are pretty funny.
that 4 times. Finally, Palmisano told Lambert to get Gene LeBell. That was it. There was no fight between the two. Seagal was never choked unconscious and sure as hell didn't relieve himself.
I mean, look at the allergy all the anti-Seagal goofs are going to have to the literal accounts of people who were there. They would rather hallucinate that all of these comedian retellings All of these retellings with 10 degrees of separation of broken telephone from people who were never there in the first place are somehow legitimate, and yet the accounts of people that were there. I mean, obviously you don't even need the accounts. I mean, come on. Would anybody ever get the better of Steven Seagal? Other than maybe Bruce Lee, and we'll be getting into that next.
3 weeks later, rumors got around the movie and stuntman community that Seagal was choked out and crapped in his pants. Lambert tried to tell the other stuntmen what really happened, but they didn't believe him. They loved LeBell so much that the other stuntmen were not interested in the truth.
So this is just kind of like a gossip circle. It's like some, these stunt guys that everybody's jealous of Seagal, and they don't care about the truth, so these rumors were circulated. Now, you know what's weird? I don't think they were even circulated at the time, though. It appears these rumors got going again after Seagal's anti-Obama comments and his appearance on Piers Morgan.
You want answers? I think I'm entitled. You want answers? I want the truth! You can't handle the truth!
When Stephen Lambert was asked about it in a 2019 interview from the website Money Into Light, which I'll link in the description below, the exchange goes as follows. The Gene LeBell incident between him and Steven Seagal whilst filming Out for Justice has become a legend. You clear it up in your book, but does the urban legend of it bother you at all? We may never know who lied about the story, but is something like this part of the worst elements of the world you work with and live in? Stephen Lambert answers, just the lies bother me. Everyone wants to be noticed, so they tell stories that are not true. Gene LeBell told this story to various students throughout.
And Gene LeBell's this pro wrestling guy that has... It's kind of funny, because in this Illuminati inversion world, Gene LeBell appears to be the guy everybody pretends Seagal is. This fraud with no real credentials, pretending he can beat everybody up, exaggerating all these claims. Everything that people say about Seagal, it appears that's what the truth is about Gene LeBell.
The years, such as ex-MMA fighter Carl the Heat Parisian.
He puts the choke on bro and never lets go and chokes him out cold. And Seagal goes out cold.
It's just kind of hilarious how many of these goofs come out of the woodwork with these anti-Seagal stories. I mean, how many degrees of separation are there while they're repeating these broken telephone stories?
So Seagal pees on himself and everything else on the set. We're like, yeah, it's true. You got choked out from a 60-something-year-old man. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, that's actually the real story.
Well, first of all, Gene LeBell.
That's the real story, according to Caro Parisian, former UFC fighter, who clearly appears to not even be mentally all there.
Was not in his 60s. He was 58 at the time. But I guess when you're telling the so-called real story, I guess the facts don't matter. And of course, Ronda Rousey. Ronda Rousey even got in on the fun, but.
I mean, look at these two frauds. I mean, birds of a feather. You got Ronda Rousey. We went over these videos on the previous episode. She can't even handle a high school kid. Was that kid even ranked? Was that kid ranked in anything? This high school kid ragdolled her when she's an Olympian. He ragdolled this Olympians. I mean, obviously the talent pool wasn't that great if Ronda Rousey got to the podium. She actually got bronze, but she was actually 4th place if you go through the brackets. But anyway, you got these two frauds talking trash against Steven Seagal.
The karmic winds almost knocked her over in her chair.
You know what? If he says anything bad about Gene to my face, I would be forced to do so. Of course I would. I have to
Should be forced to get knocked out? Forced to do what?
make him crap his
Forced to get her wrist broken?
pants a second. Ah!
She can't even sit in a chair. She can't even sit in a chair properly, and she thinks she can take out Seagal?
Seagal's take on what happened is quite a bit different, but he does acknowledge the encounter he had with LeBell.
And we were standing there, we were just talking about moves and stuff like that, and we were just doing some stretching, and he was showing me, how you can stretch, or he wanted to stretch my back, and he stretched my back, and then I just kind of, flipped over the top of him and said thank you for that.
I mean, Seagal could have easily just denied this whole story. Like, if there was any inkling of truth to it, he probably would have just never mentioned it, right? Now he's going into the details of what exactly happened, knowing full well there were other individuals there to corroborate his story.
Was never ever in any confrontation with him, ever.
Never.
In any way, shape, or form, and I swear to God on my children, they're the most sacred thing to me in this life.
Aside from Stephen Lambert and of course Steven Seagal himself, does anyone else dispel the rumor? I found an article posted on August 15, 2016 from manlymovie.net, which I'll link in the description below. It's titled, LeBell Lied About Choking Out Seagal. The article gets its info from stuntman Ron Balicki, who pretty much destroys the theory. The article claimed the info within this was taken from one of Balicki's Facebook posts, which I wanted to see for myself, so I went straight to the source. Sure enough, it's there, posted on February 11, 2015. In the post, Balicki says, "No story gains traction quite so quickly."
And for those who don't know who Ron Balicki is, Ron Balicki is Dan Inosanto's son-in-law. He married Diana Lee Inosanto, Dan Inosanto's daughter. Dan Inosanto is, of course, Bruce Lee's top student. So this is Ron Balicki. I mean, and, you know, obviously Dan Inosanto's the real deal. Unlike Gene LeBell, Inosanto's the real deal. This is his son-in-law.
Quickly in today's media frenzy environment than one that tears down a well-respected celebrity. In this instance, there is a fairy tale rendition of how the great Gene LeBell choked out Steven Seagal with rather unpleasant effect. The story is patently false, but this bit of martial arts mythology now seems to have really taken root. Trashing the reputation of a martial artist and movie icon may be a sad part of the entertainment process, but when the story is not correct and the consequence is truly damaging, the situation must be set straight. I can speak to this myth personally as I am close to the people in these circles and I know the eyewitnesses to the exchange that day between Gene and Steven. Know that this is not easy for me to do. My family and I know both Gene and Steven well, so to see this malicious urban legend live on through the years divides people we care about deeply. Ron Balicki, by the way, is a stuntman who is married to Diana Lee Inosanto, who happens to be Dan Inosanto's daughter. Dan Inosanto is martial arts royalty. He's actually the guy that taught Bruce Lee how to use the nunchucks. He's kind of a big deal in martial arts circles. He also played the character.
I don't know if that's 100% accurate. We're going to get into... Bruce Lee learned about nunchucks from a few different individuals. One of them may have been in Inosanto, but not the only one.
Sticks on Out for Justice. Because of Ron Balicki's connection with Dan Inosanto, he got to meet Steven Seagal. But going back to that Facebook post, it continues, there were numerous people present on the day when Gene LeBell met Steven Seagal and allegedly fought. In reality, no fight occurred, and there was no contact between Gene and Steven on that movie set. Gene's role was to work as a utility stuntman under the stunt coordinator Conrad Palmisano. Steven also had a bodyguard, Joe Crowley, present, who was an LAPD officer. As a security specialist and professional law enforcement official, he would have been in serious trouble had he let his boss get choked out and possibly killed by a marginal stuntman.
Yeah, that's a good point, too. Like, this, obviously the bodyguards would not, forget about egos. Like, the studio, this guy is the lead in this film for the studio. I mean, what kind of conditions would they allow for an altercation to even take place in the first place? Anything other than maybe some kind of stretching or technical demonstration, which is apparently what actually happened, with no actual altercation.
The stunt coordinator, Conrad Palmisano, was there and witnessed any interactions that occurred between Gene and Steven. Conrad is listed in the end credits on Out for Justice, by the way, as a stunt coordinator. Also, in an interview with Ariel Helwani, Steven tells him to ask Conrad what happened.
And when I first heard that, I was dumbfounded, and so was Conrad Palmisano, who you're welcome to go talk to. He was standing right there, and he's probably the...
Man, Ariel Helwani, so rude with the loud typing while Seagal is talking.
Most famous stunt coordinator in our business, and honest, upright, honorable, non-lying man. Yeah, you know what you should do if you don't believe me, and I'm pretty positive you do.
I do.
Find Conrad Palmisano. I know you do. And find Conrad Palmisano and let him call Conrad a liar too. If he said those things, he should go have therapy. And you know, it makes him look like a demented child.
Balicki's Facebook post
A demented child. Were truer words ever spoken?
Continues, Conrad Palmisano was one of the most successful stunt coordinators working in show business at the time. The legal exposure and professional consequences for Conrad would have been severe had he let his stuntman under his supervision aggressively even touch any star on a movie set. Quite simply, Conrad as a professional with great responsibility would never have allowed this situation to occur. Another stuntman by the name of Stephen Lambert was also an eyewitness to Gene's and Steven's brief interaction. He also stated that Gene never choked out Steven and that no altercation ever occurred. We've of course already mentioned Stephen Lambert in his book as well as interview, though in his account there was actually a minor scuffle between the two that both men more or less just played off as if nothing happened. Summarizing the last paragraph in Bilicki's Facebook post, he says, "In truth, the story is nothing more than WWE-type hype in which Gene LeBell is known to indulge going back to his early wrestling days.
So you have this pro wrestler fraud, Gene LeBell, who embellishes so many stories regarding Bruce Lee and otherwise. And then you have Seagal, who downplays his own abilities, who downplays everything because he's really trying to keep other people from feeling bad. I mean, it's kind of obvious to see what happened here. And yet there are so many goofs who just take the word of people who weren't there as gospel while completely ignoring all the people that actually were there in basic logic and reason.
Entirely fabricated story is simply a way of staying in the public eye and making a living at the expense of the reputation of another. There are radio shows like Joe Rogan and others who validate this ludicrous fiction in order to increase their ratings.
And obviously we know Rogan's a goof. I did a multi-hour expose on Rogan getting decimated with just basic logic by Eddie Bravo.
That's a true story. That's an absolute true story.
I like how Rogan says that's an absolute true story. How would he know if he wasn't there? I mean, he wants to believe it's true because he's just that jealous of the greatness of Seagal.
Gene LeBell told me that story.
Right, look, I like Joe Rogan. He's funny. He's a great martial artist. He does great commentary.
What is Viking Samurai smoking here?
But he kind of throws logic out the window.
Oh, well, that's accurate.
Says it's a true story because Gene LeBell told him the story. But if I told Joe Rogan that I fought and killed a grizzly bear, does that mean it's true because it's about me and I told him the story?
Good point, Viking Samurai. Good point. Yeah, this would be good. I mean, wasn't Joe Rogan supposed to fight Wesley Snipes in the UFC, and then that never happened? Snipes would have probably sniped Joe Rogan as well with some well-placed kicks, but yeah, I mean, Seagal would decimate Rogan even today. I mean, we watched 71-year-old Seagal putting on a clinic with Pereira and all these pro-UFC fighters and champions, just ragdolling them like small children at 71 years of age. And Rogan's nowhere near the level of those guys.
Of course not. Also, in the same video, Joe Rogan said Bruce Lee thought he could destroy anyone with the karate kick to the head and that Bruce Lee learned grappling from Gene LeBell.
You know, Gene was he's like the guy that taught Bruce Lee about grappling.
I mean, just the fraudulent nature of everything Rogan says. I mean, you could look through Bruce Lee's old notebooks from when before he ever met LeBell, where he's already diagramming out all of these grappling techniques. I mean, just the level of goof, I mean, it doesn't really surprise me anymore from Rogan. I mean, Rogan's one of these all-time great goofs. Like, he will always be top of the mountain. I mean, I don't know, he might be a Mount Rushmore type goof where he'll always be at least in the conversation of the goofiest of goofs in existence.
You know, Bruce Lee, back in the day, thought you could just karate kick everybody in the head.
I mean, patently false. Patently false. Bruce Lee, again, most of his earlier writings, he didn't believe in kicking higher than the waist.
That was the shit, you know?
Right. The part about Bruce Lee wanting to advance his martial arts incorporating grappling learned from Gene LeBell, I don't doubt whatsoever. But the part of him thinking he could destroy anyone with a head kick is false. I'm pretty sure the prevailing wisdom is that Bruce Lee was not really one to promote the use of head kicks in real combat situations.
And Bruce had different philosophies at that time than I did. He said, I believe in only kicking below the waist.
But of course, he'd want to incorporate them in films because they're not what the average guy or girl are physically capable of doing, so they look spectacular and impressive to the general public. But for Joe Rogan to say that Bruce Lee thought he could destroy anyone with a head kick is way off base.
Well, I mean, it's not like Bruce Lee couldn't destroy everybody with a head kick, but that's not what he was advocating.
So if he says something as misleading as that, you have to take his opinion on the Gene LeBell choking out Steven Skull story with a grain of salt as well. But it's funny how stories get exaggerated or twisted in general. For example, Chuck Norris first met Bruce Lee after winning the All-American Karate Open Championships at Madison Square Garden in 1968. Prior to their meeting, Chuck Norris said Bruce Lee didn't believe in kicking above the waist and that Chuck Norris taught Lee the various head kicks.
And I started showing Bruce different high kicks, spinning heel kicks, and jumping, spinning round kicks and stuff like this here.
As if Bruce Lee didn't perform head kicks prior to meeting Chuck Norris. However, Bruce Lee was already quite proficient in head kicks prior to 1968, as can be seen here in this scene of him playing Kato in 1966 in The Green Hornet. Perhaps Bruce Lee may have just had greater respect.
I mean, and notice how Chuck Norris never opened his mouth about anything like that, about him teaching Bruce Lee in any way on anything until after Bruce Lee died. None of these goofs opened their mouth while Lee was still alive. Very telling.
For the real-world application of using head kicks after training with Chuck Norris. Here's the thing, as far as Gene LeBell choking out Steven Seagal's story goes, I think people want to believe the story because
man, Viking Samurai is on point with the editing here. Another shout out to Viking Samurai. He's got a pretty cool channel about 80s and 90s action movies. I mean, one of the only channels out there other than MindShock that really goes into that stuff.
Because it's an embarrassing story, and Steven Seagal just happens to be one of those people that others love to hate. Hollywood is not really different than high school.
And notice, they didn't love to hate him until the Illuminati fix was in with the anti-Seagal propaganda campaign after he came out against Obama and then blowing the whistle on pretty much everything else in 2017 and January 2018 on Alex Jones's show, which we went over in episode 2. If you haven't checked that out, check that out.
It's very childish, it's immature, it's all about popularity, it's catty, it's vicious, it's a lot of drama. But the story just doesn't make a whole lot of sense. As mentioned, Seagal was already an established star during Out for Justice. He was the lead star. I just don't see the likelihood of allowing the lead actor to get hurt on the set of his own movie. I'd be surprised if any stuntman or any other crew member involved in that sort of incident would ever get to work again. There are several interviews all over the internet where the interviewer will ask someone about Steven Seagal. Take this one for instance, where the guy asked Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu legend Rickson Gracie about Steven Seagal. You could tell he really hopes Gracie will say something bad about Steven.
Steven Seagal. Have you heard of Steven Seagal?
Of course, it's a good friend.
What do you think of a guy like Steven Seagal? Is he a real martial artist?
I mean, definitely. I mean, based on his training, based on his understanding, he has a deep understanding of the concepts. He believes in technique, he believes in the concepts within martial arts, like Bruce Lee.
The interviewer just looked so disappointed with Rickson's response.
Yeah, this soy interviewer really looked like he wanted, Rickson to talk some trash about Seagal. But here's the thing about Rickson Gracie, too. This is a subject for another podcast. I might do a podcast on Kazushi Sakuraba, this 170-pounder from Japan who just absolutely exposed the entire Gracie family as frauds. He was known as the Gracie Hunter. I mean, this guy just, he had Hoist throw in the towel after humiliating him in what is still the world record longest MMA fight on record in Pride. And Rickson ducked Sakuraba for years. He never actually even fought him. Yeah, Hoist Gracie's one of the biggest frauds out there. I mean, even in the early UFCs, if Chemo, this random guy off the street, if he didn't have a ponytail, I mean, Hoist would have never even won those UFCs. I mean, the whole thing was, the UFC was an infomercial for Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu, which they stole from Japanese Jiu-Jitsu. And they were opening up all these schools, and so they used it as an infomercial, and they prevented guys like Benny the Jet or Quidez or any of these other, there were some really legit fighters who wanted to fight in the first UFC, and the Gracies in their infomercial fraud, they actually refused them entry. They hand-selected. Yeah, I'll do a whole episode on that. Seems a lot of people are interested in that. Not to mention, they didn't even start MMA. Shuto in Japan was founded in approximately 1985, and then there was also Vale Tudo in Brazil and many other organizations. Yeah, I mean, Brazilian Jiu-Jitsu is just they just built it off Japanese Jiu-Jitsu and pretended they invented the art of Jiu-Jitsu. Jiu-Jitsu is Japanese. So, this all goes back to even Helio Gracie got dismantled by Kimura, who the Kimura lock is named after Kimura from Japan, in their contest. So the Gracies have been exposed as frauds for decades and decades and decades. And that, again, after the, I mean, this is why Kazushi Sakuraba is like the unsung hero of MMA. I mean, he put the Gracies in their place. And then they had that fraudulent rematch where Hoist Gracie, who was roided out of his mind, roided to the gills, and they gifted, even with that, he still couldn't legitimately beat Sakuraba in their rematch with both these guys well past their prime. Sakuraba clearly won the decision, and this happened in California, obviously, so the fix was in, but they gave Hoist the win, even though he clearly didn't even win. Sakuraba controlled him the whole fight and did all the damage, and he was roided to the gills, whereas Sakuraba apparently had no violation of a drug test. No, that was Hickson, Pinto Sack. Hoist lost a bunch of fights. Hickson Gracie, the guy on screen right now, claimed he was 500-0. And his students explained that well, first of all, he actually lost several matches, including an official Sambo match. Again, I'll do a whole you guys seem interested in this. I'll do a whole podcast. I actually knew a couple guys that were involved in MMA early on, and in kickboxing and a lot of these things. The Hickson actually lost an official, I mean, this is an official tournament bout in Sambo, and then and then he pretended he didn't know the rules. I mean, Hickson, the guy on screen right now, I mean, this is the guy that ducked Sakuraba. Sakuraba dismantled his entire family. And I don't want to get off the rails here and get off track here, but Kazushi Sakuraba literally had Hoist Gracie throw in the towel. They had special rules for their Pride FC bout, because Hoist Gracie, the Gracies were always crybabies who wanted special rules, so Sakuraba one-upped them. He said, okay, fine, we'll do unlimited rounds, unlimited time limit. And Sakuraba beat the brakes of Hoist Gracie. He was literally spanking him in the ring. He was toying with Hoist Gracie. It was over 90 minutes, and he intentionally wouldn't finish Hoist Gracie until Helio Gracie was forced to throw in the towel. When Hoist Gracie was so humiliated, he couldn't even answer the bell for the round that was coming up. And then Hickson still refused. Now, keep in mind, Hickson's a big guy. He's a big, muscular guy. Sakuraba was this scrawny welterweight guy. He wasn't that heavy. He was 170 pounds. Hickson, I think, fought at heavyweight or light heavyweight. Yeah, it's really entertaining. I guess I'll do an episode on that pretty soon. You guys seem to be interested in this stuff. But then Kazushi Sakuraba went on to break the limbs of all these other Gracies. And Hickson still wouldn't fight him. Hickson ducked and dodged the guy that humiliated his entire family and tarnished the entire Gracie name, and Hickson was still too cowardly to step into the ring with Kazushi Sakuraba. Like, Pride was literally offering the biggest purses in history in MMA at the time. I think they offered Hickson anywhere from $2 to $10 million, which was unheard of at the time, to fight Kazushi Sakuraba, and he refused. So these fraud Gracies, I mean, we really have to thank Kazushi Sakuraba for exposing these frauds. And the 501, Hickson's own student said that's because he counted sparring matches in the dojo. So he counted, as a black belt, he was counting matches against the students that not only could he easily beat, but the students weren't even trying to beat him. They were just doing sparring sessions. He counted every sparring session in that 500-0 record. And that's why a lot of people don't take Hickson seriously, but Hickson actually was pretty decent. It's not like he was a scrub. Like, Hickson was a lot more legit than Hoist Gracie. Hoist Gracie was possibly one of the best Gracies. This was going way back into the history. Like, he was pretty legit, but nobody even knows about him. Everybody just remembers all the frauds. I mean, you even have guys, I mean, there's just Henzo spitting on opponents. I mean, some of these people are just despicable. And the Gracie propaganda machine was what built UFC. There were many other mixed martial arts organizations before the UFC. And yeah, they didn't build or create anything, and that includes jiu-jitsu as well, which is Japanese. I mean, imagine building a whole martial art after you get decimated by the guy that built the art you pretended to build, like when Kimura destroyed Helio. But anyway, Hickson was still Hickson was still really good, though. Just because he was, you know, he made all these claims. Hickson's another guy who, like, he actually embellished the way people pretend Seagal does. Seagal downplays all his abilities. All these other guys play up. But anyway, let's get back to the video here.
But even Hickson referenced the Gene LeBell story and seems to think it's true.
Oh, Gene LeBell put him to sleep in a set. That's what I heard. In a movie.
At least he's honest. At least Hickson said, that's what I heard. I mean, you could hear anything about anything.
He said.
Probably because he's heard it from so many people.
That's what I heard.
As the old proverb says, never let the truth get in the way of a good story. Alright guys, time for our The Good, the Bad, and the Ugly. We're gonna dig through some comments. I don't really think that's something that happens on this channel since we're trying to make the 80s and 90s great again. So if anything, we probably have the opposite of recency bias. But anyway, if you're new to the channel, check out that video. It's a pretty good one. Alright, last but not least, this was from the Steven Seagal video I did where Steven Seagal was basically called out by Charlize Theron saying that he can't fight and she's talking a lot of trash on him.
Wait, I didn't see this one. Do you guys want to get into this one? The Steven Seagal Charlize Theron feud that somehow slipped through the cracks? I mean, we all know Charlize Theron. I mean, she's the lead authority on legitimate martial arts and history. I mean, who else can you think of when you need an expert opinion on on legitimacy within martial arts? I mean, I don't know if anybody could think of someone more knowledgeable in martial arts, with more expertise in martial arts than Charlize Theron. I mean, what? I mean, wow, we really have to consider what she says here.
Now,
but again, going back to episode 2, it seems once the Illuminati, like, why is she even talking about Seagal in the first place? Like, as soon as Seagal blows the whistle on the Illuminati, all of a sudden you have these A-listers. Because Charlize Theron is an A-list. Why is she even talking about Seagal? Unless she got the Illuminati go-ahead to try to tarnish this great man's name.
This video, I'm putting in the ugly category, but I want to preface this. I absolutely love this comment. I just feel like the ugly category is kind of an other category, and also
who would want to see Charlize Theron actually fight Steven Seagal? Oh man, can you imagine?
I feel like this kind of comment could get ugly response comments, but absolutely love this comment. This guy's kind of newer to the channel. He's a cool guy. He's been commenting on a lot of videos. Even though it's in the ugly category, absolutely love this comment. So Herbinator88 says, so I must admit, I bought into all the anti-Seagal hype that has been circulating in recent years, but seriously, your videos have made me reverse my position and go back to actually liking and respecting the guy. I loved his flicks in the late 80s, early 90s, and Under Siege is definitely one of my all-time favorite martial arts films. Seagal is a legitimate martial artist, no doubt, and Aikido, although disrespected among some martial arts commentators, is legit. One of my buddies is a longtime practitioner. So my response in general, I like to, find the good in people. So when I do like my Steven Seagal videos, everybody else is trashing him. Let me be that salmon swimming upstream against the current, and let me try to find something good to say. Just really appreciated the martial artist. In general, it's not like I'm trying to necessarily convert people, but I do want to put stuff out there. If anything, maybe people can hate Steven Seagal less, They don't have to love him, but if they could just hate him less, then I'm glad I'm putting these videos out.
I think Viking Samurai, he needs to do more homework because, I mean, I guess he doesn't have the AIs that I have to recover all these deleted Alex Jones videos, but it seems like the Cabal really put the anti-propaganda, the anti-Steven Seagal propaganda in play as soon as Seagal started blowing the whistle on Hollywood and the Illuminati Cabal. Do you guys want to get into Charlize Theron to make this? All right, let's finish with the Gene LeBell, and then we'll get into Theron. She's starting all these feuds with these, according to her, washed-up stars. Like, why would you randomly bring up Steven Seagal if you're Charlize Theron? She's doing all these big blockbusters. Why would she even mention Seagal? Lord Zed has a theory here. She says she wants Steven and is mad he has Asian persuasion. So, Yeah, did she get turned down by Seagal? And is Seagal the type of guy to press sexual harassment charges against women who are harassing him and pursuing him? If all these women have these unwelcome advances towards Seagal, he doesn't seem to be the type of guy to start filing police reports. I mean, is that what happened with Charlize Theron? But anyway, Viking Samurai put in even more legwork and actually got Stephen Lambert on his channel to give an interview to go over the specifics of what happened in this alleged altercation with this fraud, Gene LeBell. So let's take a look at this.
Anybody who says otherwise about this story are liars.
Mm-hmm.
It's that simple, because they weren't there.
Hey guys, in today's video, this is a small segment from an interview I did with stuntman extraordinary Stephen Lambert. I'm going to post a full interview later. I'll be posting other clips and snippets throughout the week. But all this information, you got to get this book. Stephen Lambert, From the Streets of Brooklyn to the Halls of Hollywood, highly recommended. It will literally take you over a month to read, but the amount of content in there, just with Canon Films and the ninja craze in the 80s, Steven Seagal stories, including this one in this video, Van Damme stories, Arnold, Stallone, and so much more. Got to get the book. I'm going to link it in the description below. Amazing book, amazing read, highly entertaining. It's as if you're sitting with him in a bar and he's your friend and he's talking to you and telling you these stories, or the way he describes it, as if you're in his head. But you got to get this book. You can't. It's a page turner. You can't put it down. So anyway, on to the real story on Steven Seagal and Gene LeBell from one of few men who were actually there to bear witness to it.
So get the book, because
yeah, they got to read the book. There's definitely a lot. There's so much in the book in general. So much stuff, good stuff on the Titanic, on Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade.
I mean, Stephen Lambert did a lot of work in Hollywood. I mean, this is a legit guy with a legit history in movie stunts and stunt coordination.
You know, stuff on Stallone, Schwarzenegger. I do want to talk about Steven Seagal, though. You are one of the 4 actual eyewitnesses to this whole Gene LeBell, Steven Seagal story, correct?
Well, I think there's more than 4, but yes, I am. I had a friend of mine, speaking of Steven Seagal and Gene LeBell, a friend of mine called me and informed me that you did a podcast already on this. And I listened to it, and there was a few mistakes there. You had mentioned that you had read the story, and when you told the story, it wasn't quite right.
Oh, we would definitely want to get the real story from the actual witness. So when I read the book, it seems like...
From a man who is equal to my great friend and a wonderful talent, Conrad Palmisano, because there was conversation in there that I felt like the audience was having trouble believing my story. That was completely true. So yeah, there was 2 bodyguards, which was Steven Seagal's. There was Steven Seagal. There was Gene LeBell. There was Lincoln Simon, who was stunt guy, who was with me in my honey wagon, and myself. So there was 6 people there.
Okay.
Conrad, nobody else. There was no Conrad Palmisano, nobody else. You see, when you're working on a show.
And again, shout out to Stephen Lambert. He actually passed not long after this interview, I believe. He's battling an illness. And so, yeah, major props to Stephen Lambert, you know, to battle through his illness and still having the fortitude to set the record straight on Steven Seagal.
The honey wagons, the trailers, are situated in a configuration kind of like a wagon train would do when the Indians are coming after them. They circle them, so nobody on the outside can come in or see what's going on.
Lord Zed in the chat saying Seagal is all natural, no roids. That's another good point. Now, some people think Stallone might have been all natural as well. Obviously, Arnold has admitted to steroid use. So, but you have these giant muscle guys like Stallone, Arnold. I mean, Van Damme might have been natural too. He wasn't crazy huge. Dolph Lundgren also not crazy huge, but they were all muscle guys. But think about the level of skill Seagal must have possessed to not even need muscle.
The inside.
Lord Zed, yes, Sly got caught with something way later in his career, right? But in his initial, like, he wasn't on roids in Rocky 1. I mean, he was a pudgy bastard. I mean, I don't know, and he was super lean even in Rocky 3. Rocky 4, he was getting pretty jacked. He was getting quite jacked. So, I don't know about Rocky 4 and onward. Into the 90s, I mean, I don't know. He might have not been on steroids, but he was on growth hormone and all these other things. But he might not have been in most of the 80s.
So that was the circumstance. That's why there was only us 6 there, which is 2 bodyguards, LeBell, Seagal, Lincoln Simon, and I. Nobody else was there. Nobody else experienced it. Nobody else saw. You know, the people who have conversations with it on video and on in magazines, I say.
Lord Zed says, for sure no roids, Rocky 1. Yeah, by 4, there's no way he was clean, bro. He looks insane. Rocky 4, love Sly, though. Well, Rocky 3, he was very lean. And he had injuries. Didn't he tear a pec or something? So if he really was roided to the gills, I mean, that's really helpful for injury prevention. So it does not appear he was on roids even in Rocky 3. Rocky 4, he looks quite jacked. In Rocky 4, yes, he does. But what do you mean by clean? Because, I mean, are we... Steroids, you have growth hormone... You have all these different types of substances. Not all of them are the same. He was on some kind of substances into Rocky 4.
Shame on them because they weren't there. And so they have no business. Like, God bless her, Ronda Rousey, you know. I discuss her with a few other people in the book. You know, it's kind of shameful how she speaks about the situation because.
Preach, Stephen Lambert, preach. Put all these heathens in line. I mean, Ronda Rousey, I mean, I don't know. Maybe he doesn't know that she has a mental disability, so he's being a little too harsh. But still, I mean, you got to show respect to the master, Steven Seagal.
She wasn't there. And she says things that kind of make me scratch my head and should make others scratch their head. You know, she brings up the style of keto and says the keto isn't a very good style, which every martial artist should take offense to. Even she should take offense to because what she does has in keto in it.
Well, she'd have to have enough of a brain to realize that, though.
You know, and what she says about the situation and what went on, she wasn't there, as some others said too. And you shouldn't have an idea of what went on when you weren't there. So
isn't it shocking how we need a guy like Stephen Lambert to break it down to a children's level? Like, how, I mean, he has to, the fact that we even have to get into this detail, like, if you weren't there, you don't know what happened. I mean, small children understand this stuff. I mean, it's just mind-shocking how we even have to go over it.
You know, it's a very disappointing, being that she's a black belt and she's over 21, and she should have a little bit more maturity.
Man, Stephen Lambert has high hopes for Rousey. I mean, this guy... I mean, wow. Rest in peace, Stephen Lambert. But what a nice guy. What a nice man. Just having these high hopes for Rousey.
To figure out, you know, you don't put down a person or you don't say things that simply aren't true. I mean,
Exactly.
my God, Gal didn't piss in his pants. He didn't go into convulsions. But there was a confrontation. It was a physical confrontation. But it didn't have anything to do with pissing in his pants. and or going into convulsions. What happened was, yeah, prospective honey wagons, trailers. Lincoln Simon and I were in our own. We were sharing one, playing parts on the show, playing ourselves. And we were in our trailer getting dressed with the wardrobe they wanted us to wear. We came out, we got dressed, we came out. I came out first, and I happened to open the door, and I saw Seagal and LeBell and the two bodyguards talking in front of the honey wagon.
Just real quick here, what were the bodyguards really for? Were they for Seagal, or were they to prevent Seagal from killing other people if they got out of line? Because, I mean, it doesn't seem like Seagal would even need bodyguards. I mean, this guy doesn't even need witness protection after taking down the Gambino crime family.
LeBell's honey wagon, his trailer that he put wardrobe on. So, and we were probably good 30, 35 feet away. And I looked back in the trailer, and I said, "Hey, Lincoln, LeBell's talking to Seagal. Let's go see if, we can join in," just innocently. So I jumped down, and I start walking over, and Lincoln's about 10 feet back of me, jumps down, and we start walking over. When we get there, and just having a simple conversation in front of each other. And, it's Seagal, and, the two bodyguards are on each side of him, like the Adantis, king, and LeBell, and they're talking about moves and introducing themselves, being casual and entertaining, and everything's light, and they start talking about different techniques, and they're talking about a chokehold, and Seagal starts the conversation, and he goes, I see the way you do your chokeholds," and he was disagreeing on the way that LeBell would do it. And LeBell said, "Well, let me explain to you how I do it. Let me show you." Now, as you being a black belt, a martial artist, when you work with somebody, a master, a black belt, even somebody that is a white belt, when you're working with somebody, when you're showing somebody, it's an automatic, known fact, rule that you go slow. You're having a conversation, you're teaching, you're showing, you're expressing your movement. And that's just what LeBell was doing. In slow motion, he walks around Seagal, and he's in back of him, facing his back, and Seagal's kind of overlooking. We see the two bodyguards looking, and Lincoln and I are we're in back of one side, and back of LeBell, watching, very innocent, and LeBell starts to put his hands around him, and very slow, just as I'm moving, right? And the minute his hands go around Seagal's neck, before he even touched him, grazed him, Seagal just sidesteps, full blast, and forearms, bang, forearms. See what I'm doing?
Yeah.
But down, right in his crotch.
I mean, the speed of Seagal is just unrivaled here. I mean, Gene LeBell just can't handle this level of speed. It's like, because again, we have to remember, Seagal said he was born clairvoyant. So Seagal must have anticipated that LeBell was trying to make a name for himself and used the trust that was established there to try, so he basically he said he's semi-psychic, right? I mean, we'll be getting into that. We'll be getting into this. Actually, you know what? Let's do it right now, because people don't understand the psychological level that Seagal is at. They do not comprehend how many steps ahead Seagal is mentally. We're not talking about physically, obviously, but mentally. So let's look at this interview here, where Seagal is actually going to divulge his mental level. And then so people will understand why Seagal did what he did. Because I don't think people can even fathom how many steps ahead mentally Seagal is.
We served the same master. And he's a lunatic and he's ungrateful. There's nothing we can do about it.
I mean, look at Seagal dropping the truth bombs even in Under Siege. These Illuminati truth bombs.
You and I were the same.
Steven Seagal has become one of the world's best-known action movie stars. He is a seventh Dan black belt expert in Aikido. And in his movies, wherever he confronts evil, he doesn't just defeat it, he shreds it. But fighting bad guys around the world isn't the only role Seagal is known for. He's also a powerful teacher of spirituality.
I was born clairvoyant.
I mean, people just can't fathom what it's like to be born clairvoyant.
I was born a healer, and I was born very different.
You can say that again. Seagal is said to be a reincarnated Buddhist Lama, and to many, that makes him a god.
Well, I mean, you know, this I really shouldn't say on camera, but...
But he does say it anyway. He claims he's God.
Notice the propaganda spin here? Notice the propaganda spin. He didn't say he was God. Pay attention to what Seagal says here.
A description many use about themselves in the East.
We say sort of the same thing in Buddhism. We believe that all sentient beings have the Buddha nature within them, which means they are all, you know, sort of God.
So if all sentient creatures are sort of God, according to Seagal, obviously Seagal is God, but so is everybody. Everybody's the manifestation of God. So how do people not understand this and this propaganda hit piece trying to pretend he said that he alone was God?
That's quite an admission from the famous actor. Steven Seagal shared with me his stories about being a healer, about being clairvoyant, about being a god, when he headlined here at the House of Blues in downtown Cleveland. Seagal sings, acts, and plays guitar.
Yeah, headlining at the House of Blues. I mean, could some guy who bluffed his way into playing guitar be a headliner at the House of Blues?
He tells me many of his fans are also his spiritual students, that he teaches them on and off screen just with his gaze and gestures.
The ones who know, know.
The ones who know, know. I mean, I don't think we're ready for this level of wisdom from Seagal. I mean, Seagal's trying to keep it simple and trying to enlighten everybody, but he's just that far ahead.
They can look into my eyes or just hear my voice and something clicks and they know.
Seagal teaches others what he's learned himself from great teachers in India and elsewhere, that everyone is God. It's just that they don't know it yet.
I think the foundation of all people has to be where we come from ultimately. And ultimately where we come from is the divine.
He loves stirring things up, as when Seagal suggests that everything in life is good, even what's bad.
If the bad teaches us, is the bad bad?
Well, in the ultimate teaching, all is good.
Come on, that's not striking, officer. That's striking.
A man who says he's God, who hurts and kills dozens in his movie. A veritable contradiction in terms. Yet, shockingly, for all of his bravado and toughness, Steven Seagal ends his interview with me in Cleveland pleading for forgiveness for any real harm he has ever caused anyone.
I am sorry for any pain or suffering or hurt or negativity I've caused any sentient being.
I mean, is that an apology to Gene LeBell?
I was born a healer. I was born a healer.
Spirituality.
I was born clairvoyant.
So, Seagal, born clairvoyant. So does this explain why he struck? Yeah, Heracles says read between the lines. So Seagal must have anticipated that Gene LeBell, this fraudulent nobody from pro wrestling, was going to try to make a name for himself and actually choke Seagal out. He anticipated it. I mean, this is why I think it'd be very difficult, even today at 71 years of age,
and
single strike on Seagal, let alone defeat him.
His hand.
Let's see. Yeah, they don't like this stream. Alright, are we back? I think we're back. Is everybody back? Alright, let's continue.
And Lincoln's mouth was open, and my mouth was open. I was shocked because that was full blast. Everything was full blast.
Sure.
Up until then. And the bodyguards looked, after he looked, they looked at Seagal, they looked at LeBell. And I'm watching this. And this happened a matter of a split second. And I'm thinking, oh my God, here comes a huge fight. Because I'm thinking the bodyguards are looking at LeBell. And the bodyguards look back at Seagal. And I look back at Seagal. And Seagal shakes his head like a no. And the minute Seagal did that with his head, the bodyguard stood down.
Man, Seagal just saving LeBell's life every step of the way here.
Because they were like almost in reaction mode, confrontation reaction mode. And like I said, this happened in a matter of moments. And the minute LeBell felt like, you know, everything was easing up, he stuck out his hand and said, but if I did that, let me show you what you could do, and helped him up. And I was scared that something else was going to go on. So I ran to get the stunt coordinator, Conrad Parzano, and he was busy with camera, setting camera. So I'm in back of him, and he had producers, directors, the DP, everybody listening to him. So I'm in back, and I'm waiting for the right moment, you know, because you can't just barge in. You don't want people to know. You don't want to make a big thing out of this, right? So I go in back of him, wait for the right moment, and I kind of lean to his ear, and I said, Conrad, I said, there's a confrontation with Seagal and LeBell at base camp. You know, you better get over here and break it up. Well, he didn't understand what I was saying, so he ignored me. And I'm just looking, and he's continuing with his camera work. So I walk away, kind of hesitant, 5-10 feet away, and all of a sudden he pops up and he realizes what's going on. And he runs over there and he yells to LeBell before he even gets over there. You know, he's like 40 feet away. And LeBell, get back to your trailer. And LeBell looks at him and goes to his trailer, right? Back to his trailer. And that was the end of that. And that's what happened. Now, who told, who got it out, who spread it out? I know I didn't. I know Lincoln did it. At least I believe Lincoln. I don't know if the bodyguards did it. I don't know if Seagal did it, leaked it out. I don't know if Gene LeBell leaked it out. Gene LeBell, I love him. You see how close Gene LeBell and I are in the movie, but Gene LeBell is a showman.
So this is a guy who knows Gene LeBell very well. I mean, saying he's a showman, I mean, that's a very polite way of describing this fraud, this pro wrestling fraud.
Right? I don't think he would tell a lie. I think that lie, that rumor, that part of it, pissing in his pants and going convulsions, I think it was spread by somebody else, somebody who was writing the story. You know? It
Yeah.
went.
But it's kind of funny how LeBell phrased it, I choked out Seagal, when clearly Seagal, they were having a conversation about techniques, and Seagal allowed him to at least start the choke, and then Seagal's psychic powers kicked in. And that's what led to this altercation.
Somebody to somebody to somebody, but I believe LeBell would never say what was said to the magazines and all that.
If I had to guess,
I also, let me say, I feel horrible for Steven Seagal. He deserved it, what he got, because he started it, but the after occurrence, all these years later, is brutal.
Yeah, because he's still getting crap about it. And I just wanted to, give the audience full context. So you just want the truth out there, obviously. If anything, you and Gene LeBell are good buds. And if you were going to be biased, you would just go with Gene LeBell because he's your buddy. But obviously the truth matters more to you.
Oh, exactly what I told you just now, exactly what I have in the book is I've seen Gene LeBell many times. He's read my story, He says that's exactly what happened, right?
Obviously, LeBell's a lying fraud because that's what LeBell told to Lambert. So to Lambert's face, he says, yeah, obviously that's what happened. But then he goes and tells Joe Rogan and Rhonda and all these other frauds. He tells them a different story. And obviously he's too terrified to expose his fraudulent lying nature to Stephen Lambert himself. And Stephen Lambert, what a nice guy here.
If you put Gene LeBell and I together on an interview, and I look at him and I say, for you, and as I say, didn't what I wrote in the book, Gene, isn't that exactly what happened? He'll tell you that's exactly what happened.
Right? Yeah, I don't doubt that at all. I think it's interesting. I think
close, and we've discussed this already. I've teased him, He tells me that he didn't say that. Somebody else said that. He can't figure out. But he'll play with you. If you interview him, he'll play with you because Gene is a showman.
I think he likes the idea that the story is out there because I've seen him in other interviews where he won't necessarily confirm or deny it. I think because he got whacked in the balls, essentially, he just likes that Seagal, this story is out there almost like it's deserving of that happening to Seagal because, of the incident that happened. So I kind of feel like maybe one of the bodyguards told the real story and the guy who heard the story probably added something and then told someone else and they added something. And then it's become into this essentially.
And let's keep in mind the timeline of them bringing it all out as well. Charlize Theron is not talking about this story in the 90s or early 2000s, is she? Nobody is. It's only after Seagal exposes the Illuminati cabal that everybody is suddenly going with this story.
That's usually the way it starts.
Yeah.
Now, like I said, Seagal's fault. It's his fault. I also said I feel bad for him. It's brutal because it's carried on this long. But if he would have admitted it in a playful way with respect at the beginning or in the middle or even now.
But I think Stephen Lambert doesn't understand Seagal's clairvoyant nature. What is Seagal supposed to say? That he sensed that LeBell was this fraud trying to make a name for himself? That would make him even worse, and Seagal is such a nice guy, he probably doesn't even want to expose LeBell, who's already been exposed as a fraud. I mean, I don't know.
It would go away. A couple of people have called me, and said, what do you think would happen if we got them together? And I said, well, I'm sure Gene would come. Seagal's got to get off his high horse. And the trick is to make it funny. Yeah. Make it funny when they meet. Make it fun, because I'm sure LeBell would make it funny. Come here, Steven, your ball shot really, made me fly in the sky, How'd you like me falling, putting you on your back, Well, LeBell, you're one of the few that has ever been put on my back, I congratulate for that. For whatever. It could be humorous and it would all go away.
Yeah, that'd be great if that played out.
I've suggested that to a few interviewers that's called me up privately, and Seagal refuses to do that.
So I think our interview is basically the only one with one of the witnesses, you, that's going to be out there, because you did 2 interviews with Palmisano and Balicki and Seagal where you were telling the story, but it sounded like they wanted to like badmouth Gene LeBell and kind of turn it into that.
Well, that's a whole nother story. It's connected.
Yeah.
It's connected. There's 3 or 4 stories there connected. You're talking about, there was one at the Beverly Hills Hotel, and there was one at a circus guy's house. The circus guy's house was the first interview. That didn't come out for some reason, so we did one at another place, at the Beverly Hills Hotel. So there's 3 or 4 connections meeting with that.
Yeah, so basically the audience has to buy this book to get all the details. But
the one in the Beverly Hills Hotel was a mind blower, and read that part in detail, because it was scary, and I can't tell you what went on entirely. Even in the book, there's one part of it that I talk about that you have to fantasize, but Seagal has that video, what really went on. And he threatens every now and then to put out that video. They try to trick me into badmouthing Van Damme.
Yeah, LeBell. Yeah.
LeBell. They try to trick me in.
Wait, so Seagal, what does Seagal have on video of him beating down LeBell?
To badmouthing LeBell. But I was smart enough. I have Brooklyn Street Scent.
Oh, apparently there was a video of Lambert saying something about the incident against LeBell. Anyway, so again, this is an account from someone who is actually there, unlike all these goofs repeating the story like Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan hallucinating. That's absolutely true, because this guy said so. I mean, the goofery of Rogan obviously knows no bounds. Okay, so are we done with this? Or, okay, do we need to tackle the Charlize Theron issue? Alright, do you guys want to tackle Charlize Theron, or do you want to go to the Bruce Lee issue next? I will let the listeners decide. What do you guys want to get to next? Because the Bruce Lee saga, the Steven Seagal Bruce Lee saga is, I mean, it's pretty extensive. Now, let me do Theron just because it's quick, and then, because the Bruce, we're going to be on Bruce for a while. So, let's just get Theron out of the way here. I mean, clearly, she's just such a foremost expert in so many different martial arts that we really do need to respect her opinion here. And this is another video by Viking Samurai. Again, shout out to Viking Samurai. Quite an entertaining channel.
Wonderful, wonderful boy. Everybody likes you. It's impossible not possible. Morty?
Maybe some people don't like him. I can see that.
Kramer?
Yeah, I like him.
Well, we gotta add another one to the list of people who don't like Steven Seagal. This list is getting big.
Like, I hate him sometimes. I just fucking hate him.
Look at these soy goofs hating on Seagal. What? What is going on here? They have his full collection of all his movies, but they hate him anyway? I mean, what? I mean, how could these fat soy goofs not like Seagal?
Oh my god. I told you, he's terrible. Pisses me off.
This time it's Charlize Theron. And I'm not sure exactly why people don't like Steven Seagal. I mean, he's modest, he's humble.
You still fight?
Yes, I do.
You still dangerous?
I still know a thing or two.
He's highly respectful.
Do I think Michael is a tough guy? No. Do I think he's a martial artist? No. Do I think Jean-Claude's a tough guy or a martial artist? No.
The blasphemy here from Seagal. But then again, who are we to question Master Seagal? I mean, he's talking about in relation to him, I guess, not in relation to other people.
But during a recent interview with Howard Stern on SiriusXM's A Howard Stern Show, Charlize Theron got real candid when talking about Steven Seagal.
Like, why are they even talking about Seagal, though? That's the thing. Like, do any of these clueless goofs, do any of these coincidence theorists, they don't find it strange that these random A-listers are just randomly talking about Steven Seagal of all people?
While promoting her new Netflix movie, The Old Guard.
So she's promoting her new movie, The Old Guard. This was only a couple of years ago. What does Steven Seagal have to do with new Netflix movies?
She said, he's overweight and can barely fight. Look it up. It's ridiculous. She says,
look up the fact that he's overweight? What?
At night I'll go online and watch fighters or watch people fight, and you always come across that odd Seagal video of him, quote, fighting in Japan. But he really isn't. Now, the reason she's even looking up these videos is because of the characters she plays, like Atomic Blonde or this latest Netflix outing, The Old Guard, for example. She needs to come across as someone who looks like they know how to fight, at least on film. As far as her comments about Steven Seagal go, I don't really think that's fair. He's clearly putting on a demonstration, and the students are clearly cooperating. If they weren't, they'd get hurt. They're just going with the momentum of the technique.
I mean, we all know what happened when these guys didn't go with the technique. I mean, he permanently broke Sean Connery's wrist. I mean, that's what happens when you don't go with it.
Unlike the guys portrayed in his movies. Yeah, that guy should have just flipped over. She goes on and says, he's just incredibly overweight and pushing people. She insinuated that the fight was not real because there was no effort in his moves.
I mean, he's doing the same thing to UFC fighters, though.
Shoving people by the face. It's a whole setup. I think she's clearly missing the point. Say what you want about Aikido as a martial art, but Seagal is truly masterful in his technique. Of course there's little effort on his part.
I mean, that guy really got taken down hard, though. And Seagal didn't even put, like, 1% effort behind that. And he took that guy clean off his feet. I mean, let's see what Charlize Theron can do when she's 71. I mean, let's see what kind of demos she's putting on.
At his level, 7th Dan black belt, there should be little effort. And Aikido is quite the opposite of something like wrestling where you're overpowering the other man. With Aikido, you're supposed to utilize their body weight momentum against him. But Seagal is much more than an Aikido master. He also holds black belts in karate, judo, and kendo, so I'm pretty sure he can fight.
Wait, he has black belts in all these other martial arts? I didn't even know that. Hold on, let's fact check that. But when does Steven have the time? Like, how prolific of a master is... Wow, he does! Karate, judo, Brazilian jiu-jitsu, kendo, and Shito Ryu. This guy's been busy! This guy's been busy! Like, look how he downplays. Like, he hardly ever talks about anything other than Aikido. And he's a master in all these other arts as well. I mean, this is crazy. Like, when does he have the time? I mean, kendo, this guy's a sword master. Let's not forget his marksmanship skills with an assortment of firearms. I mean, he's developing rifles for Russia to use in wars. I mean, clearly that'd be the type of rifle that would never miss. I mean, is there anything this guy can't do?
Now, there's another reason why she's so vocal about her disdain for the Aikido master. She states that he has been cruel to women in the past and says, I have no problem talking crap about Seagal because he's not very nice to women, so F you.
Now, are these the women who maybe made advances towards Seagal, and Seagal rebuffed their advances, and she didn't feel that he rebuffed her advances in a nice enough fashion? Is that what really happened here? Is that why she's so bitter, and she can't keep Seagal's name out of her mouth?
She's referring to the accusations from Jenny McCarthy in 2017, who accused Seagal of asking her to take her clothes off during an audition.
And I never understood this story with the audition. Because first of all, are there details missing here? Because if that's what the role required, and an actress is going into an audition with the requirement of the role, I mean, wouldn't you be expected to do that? Now, if she didn't know and it was a last-second change in the audition and she wasn't comfortable with it and she walked out the door, which apparently is what happened, Like, where's the rights violation? An adult asked another adult to do something. The adult declined and left. I mean, is there an actual violation of the law here? Because what if she asked Seagal to take off his clothes? He said no. I mean, there's no crime here. Now, obviously, other than Jenny McCarthy, like some of these other allegations of physical contact, that's a totally different story. But an adult making a request of another adult where there is no threats or anything of that nature, and the request is simply turned down. Because we don't know the real story. Seagal strikes me as the type of guy where if he turned down advances from these women, he doesn't seem like the type of guy who would have went to the police and pressed charges against them for sexually harassing him. He doesn't even seem like the type of guy who would even bring it up.
For Under Siege 2, McCarthy claims that Steven told her, you know, this part has nudity in it, and I can't really tell what your body looks like in that dress you're wearing. Not to defend Steven, but I guess that could be a semi-valid case perhaps. But assuming that accusation is actually true, do you guys think it's fair to fat-shame Steven Seagal and trash his martial arts skills? Oh, and by the way, of course Steven Seagal refuted those accusations. I mean, just ask him.
I mean, and there's not even a single allegation that ever made it to court. Now, that doesn't mean they weren't legit, but they didn't make it to court. Not a single one. Not a single one.
Hey, Steven, was that true about Jenny McCarthy?
No.
But what's more interesting is that Warner Brothers, the studio behind 1995's Under Siege 2, subsequently denied that McCarthy ever even auditioned for it.
Uh-oh! Now, this is the same Warner Brothers that did pay 3 women $50,000 for claims of harassment. Now, we don't know what those were. We don't know if that was just a bunch of drunk people at a party and Steven Seagal put his hand on somebody's shoulder and the woman didn't like it, walked away, and she said that she felt uncomfortable due to it. I mean, we don't know what the situation was, but Warner Brothers gave him $50,000 and denied nothing. This was all open. And yet, Warner Brothers is claiming McCarthy was never even invited to audition for Seagal. I mean, that's curious. That's curious.
So, it's really hard to say what happened, if anything. You know, personally, what I'd absolutely love to see, unlike Steven Seagal, it's not Jenny McCarthy's nude body. What I really want to see is this. What if Seagal finally decided to really get back into shape, in a fighting shape? Not so much to put a stop to the haters fat-shaming him.
Steven Seagal starts off in the beginning of the movie looking pretty cool, but by the end of it, he looks like he gained 15 pounds. He probably did. Like, seriously, there's a part where, like, he's sitting down, and he looks like...
Isn't it hilarious how these fat soy goofs are talking trash about Seagal? Like, this fat bastard looks like he can't even fit through the doorway of that comic book shop. I mean, this is like comic book guy from The Simpsons in real life talking trash about, and it's not even the current fat Seagal. He's talking trash about a Seagal who's not even overweight. He's talking about Seagal in Hard to Kill. I mean, he's not even overweight in Hard to Kill.
Like chunk.
They should have at least had the skinnier guy in the red shirt say this part.
Here.
But rather for general health purposes. And in doing so, what if he finally gave us Under Siege 3 instead of that straight-to-video garbage? Sorry, Steven. You know you can do better. We know you can do better. Apparently there was a solid script for Under Siege 3 going back all the way to 2007.
They might still be making Under Siege 3. I think it's listed. Let me double check. Oh, no. Above the Law 2 is listed as pre-production. Yeah, Under Siege 3, I thought it was in the past. It's not currently listed, but Above the Law 2 is listed as in pre-production currently. That'd be interesting to see. But Seagal doesn't even need to not be fat. Even in his current fat form, he can still take anybody out. I mean, that's the true power of Seagal. He's 71, actually.
There's an article from Ain't It Cool News that I'll summarize here. It talks about Steven Seagal indicating his extreme displeasure with the ultra-crappy straight-to-video fare which he's been consigned to for years. The article makes reference to Seagal's impending fulfillment of his obligations to Sony, effectively liberating him from his straight-to-video purgatory and allowing him the latitude to pursue projects more to his liking. It goes on further to talk about Erika Eleniak's official site. In case you didn't remember, she's a super hot girl sidekick heroine who jumped out of the cake in the original Under Siege. Seems Erika's recently perused the screenplay for the proposed Under Siege 3, and she actually likes it. She's in it. She likes it a lot. She says, "I liked it so much, there's no way it'll ever get made, and it very well may not." She said it's one of the most physical action-based shows she's looked at in a long time. Hats off to the writer who hails from the UK. She said it has nothing to do with airplanes, nothing to do with 9/11, nothing to do with boats or subs. There's great comic relief, plenty of fighting, some issues with the women's clothing or lack thereof though. Somehow I doubt Jenny McCarthy will be auditioning by.
You know what's kind of weird? Have any of Seagal's co-stars actually accused him of anything? It seems to be like all these women who actually never got the roles, or were extras, or had no actual proven connection to Seagal in any capacity, who made those claims.
By the way. Oh, and then there's guns, there's cars, there's great one-liners, explosions, everything. So, sounds pretty good. So there's nothing showing up for Under Siege 3 on IMDb, but they do show a listing for Above the Law 2 that was announced. That page last updated in 2017, by the way. It'd be cool to see Steven Seagal reprise his role as Nico Toscani. And then there's always a possibility that Steven Seagal could show up in Expendables 4. Let's face it, everyone loves a comeback story. Steven Seagal doesn't need the money, doesn't need the fame at this point. But wouldn't you want to see him back on top? I mean, Stallone's still giving us Rocky and Rambo movies. There's no reason why Seagal can't give us quality hits again either. So what do you guys think about Charlize Theron's comments? It's not like Steven Seagal ever portrayed himself as a fitness enthusiast. He was never into building up his body like Schwarzenegger, Stallone, or Van Damme. Is it really okay to fat shame him? I mean, I don't think anyone would get a pass if they fat shamed a woman.
I mean, I think he gets even more bonus points for being fat. I mean, how do people not get that? Like, saying he's fat, like making fun of him for being fat, that just demonstrates the extent of his skills even further. For him to be this fat and this old and still being at the top of the mountain, I mean, is there, like he's throwing around UFC champs like children, even being fat in 71. I mean, it just really goes to show, you know, it really puts kind of a perspective in back in his prime what he was or wasn't capable of, just based on what he's still capable of today. Okay, so who's ready for Bruce Lee? So, of all of the action stars, Bruce Lee probably came out of Seagal's mouth less than anybody else. Now, he did mention him a few times, mostly when other people asked him about him. But how many times... So, did Steven Seagal legitimately know Bruce Lee? And if so, did they actually have a fight? And if so, who won? I mean, wow. I hope everybody is sitting down for this because we are diving deep into Steven Seagal versus Bruce Lee. And I believe Gene LeBell will still play a role in this saga. But I could not find an image, a photo of Bruce and Seagal together. But, again, this would have been the 60s, so it's not like people had cell phone cameras to take photos every 2 seconds. But there is some evidence, possibly more than some, that's the one and only Steven Seagal knew the one and only Bruce Lee. A lot of people, so even myself, I must admit, when I first started looking into this, now I have never found anything Seagal has ever said to contest it in any way. He seemed completely legit about everything until I heard the claims that not only did he know Bruce Lee, but that he trained with Bruce Lee, that he hung out with Bruce Lee. That, and I almost feel ashamed now, doubting the master that is Steven Seagal, for even doubting these claims from Seagal. I mean, this is the only time, this is absolutely the only time where any incredulousness creeped into my bones regarding Steven Seagal's word. I should have known better. I should have known better than to doubt the word of Steven Seagal. Because as Steven Seagal downplays absolutely everything, he seems to have downplayed even his interactions with Bruce Lee. Okay, so Tapatalk forums is kind of a compendium of various forums all over the interwebs. I don't know how old any of these posts are. They were archived in 2021 from who knows how far before that. So, in order to dissect Seagal's claims about Bruce, we have to go to James Coburn. Now, James Coburn is a legend in his own right. I mean, this is Hollywood royalty.
We were talking...
James Coburn. So let's examine James Coburn here, what he says about Bruce, and what he says about Seagal, and what all of the triggered goofs claim is or isn't the truth regarding Seagal and Bruce.
About the Far Eastern philosophies. I was just wondering if you ever practiced Kung Fu or any of the other martial arts.
Kung Fu, yes. Bruce Lee was a great friend of mine, and we used to work out together for a long time.
Now, it is well established. I mean, there's video of them working out together. It's very well established that Coburn and Bruce Lee were friends, training partners, etc.
It was very close. We were very close friends. And
He was a very interesting gentleman, wasn't he?
Bruce?
Yeah.
Oh, yes. He was a groovy guy. Yeah. I was very sorry to see him go.
What do you think made him so unique?
Well, he related everything. His whole life was related to martial arts. He lived, breathed, fought, moved. Everything was dedicated to the highest principle of his own self-evolution. He created himself. Bruce Lee was a little Chinese guy who demanded of himself great excellence. I mean, he was a true artist in that respect. He created himself. And that's what I think. He was an unusual man. He was beautiful. I don't know what to say about him, you know, because of the perfection that he achieved was awe-inspiring. I mean, he was the fastest moving person you've ever seen. I mean, you'd reach out and pew, he was like a poo all over the place. We used to work out up his place, and he had a 700-pound bag hung on a big L iron, you know, or what do they call them, stuck in his patio, and it would on a big spring, and he would kick that thing and double it over. And I would kick it, and it would double me over. But he would, boom, get that thing just swinging back and forth and pop it and pop it. He was amazing, really amazing. And he's a great loss. A loss to me. I miss him daily.
So, I don't think anybody is contesting that Coburn knew, trained with, was friends with Lee. There's endless documentation of that. So, let's move on now to what Coburn said about Steven Seagal.
By 1970. He owned his own dojo or school in Osaka. Today, at age 34, he's returned to the United States to open a school here in Los Angeles.
I guess about 3 years ago, I met Steve Seagal. We became very fast, close friends ever since then. And, he's one of the few masters I've ever met, and to be a master at such a young age is very fortunate for all of us because he can bring his gifts, technique, talent, and his great life force to us.
By
I mean, look at that
1974,
speed from Seagal.
he owned his own dojo.
I mean, look at this blistering speed. That was like 8 punches. That was like 8 punches. I mean, Seagal might be the fastest guy ever other than Bruce Lee.
By 1970,
How many punches was that?
by 19.
That looked like 3 punches into a takedown. And it looks like 1. 1, 2, 3, 4. That was one of the most impressive sequences I've ever seen. I've never seen anybody move this fast other than Bruce Lee.
By 1974,
Well, let's watch
he
this
owned
entire
his
clip
own
again on what
dojo or
Coburn
school
says
in
about
Osaka. Today, at age 34, he's returned to the United States to open a school here in Los Angeles.
I guess about 3 years ago, I met Steve Seagal. We became
Well, here's the thing. Mr. JSV650 in the chat says everyone is expecting him to still move like that at 70. So he's 71 now. But here's the thing. Who else other than Seagal moves as closely to when they did in their prime at 70 plus? I mean, Mike Tyson's still good, but he's not even 60. I mean, is Seagal literally the only martial artist who can still move close, relatively close to as fast as he once did?
very fast, close friends ever since then. And,
So here's James Coburn, close friend of Bruce Lee. He's also close friends with Steven Seagal from his own mouth.
he's one of the few masters I've ever met.
One of the few masters he's ever met. I mean, this is what James Coburn is saying.
And to be a master at such a young age is very fortunate for all of us because he can bring his gifts, technique, talent, and his great life force to us.
I mean, that is impressive right there. I mean, who in their right mind thinks they could have taken this guy out at any stage of his career? Other than maybe Bruce Lee, and we'll be getting into that in a second. So is this the link? Is James Coburn the link? Coburn from his own mouth, close friends with Bruce and Steven Seagal. The plot is thickening, is it not? I can see all the disbelievers starting to shift uncomfortably. All of the naysayers and disbelievers and Seagal haters are getting very nervous right now. They are getting very, very nervous as well. They should be. Because we're going to be getting into some smoking gun testimony here. If YouTube doesn't terminate the stream right now. It's giving me huge issues with even playing this clip. I have to hit it like 5 times just to play it. I mean, the mastery of Seagal here. I mean, he basically punched and chopped him 5 times in a half a second before taking him down. I mean, other than Bruce, who could move this quickly? Okay, so it's unknown when this video was actually recorded. So if it was recorded at some point in the 70s or Coburn, because he said he met Seagal couple years ago. So we don't really know, okay? We don't know exactly when they met. Now, both Dan Inosanto and Ron Balicki, Dan Inosanto's son-in-law who married Diana Inosanto, these guys are both involved in martial arts and the movie industry. I'm going to put an image of both of them on the screen. They've done many, many different training videos and all of these things for people that are familiar with Inosanto and Balicki here. That's them training. So Dan Inosanto himself and Ron Balicki, they knew Coburn as well. So let's go through this interview here of Seagal's claims. If YouTube allows. This is going to be the most mind-shocking information ever presented about Seagal and Bruce Lee. So we're going to go through some tall claims here by Seagal in his interview with The Voice Chavello. I'm assuming all of the Seagal fans have seen this interview. Actually, we forgot to play. I had one other video here about Seagal addressing the haters. Let me just play this real quick.
I know more than I should talk about, you know, in terms of some of the people who write things and do things to disparage other people. But I can say that a lot of times, because I'm not the only one that people, you know, have made fun of, as you know. I mean, there's a young friend of mine named Jason Momoa who was supposed to be here who canceled. Yeah, I don't know Jason so well that I would swear to it, but my feeling about Jason is a very humble, very spiritual, very good man. I read an article the other day, I won't even tell you the kinds of terrible, outrageous, defaming, disgusting things they were writing about him. And the long and the short is, I think there's always people who think, I can be bigger than them. I can be better. I can get more attention. I can get more money if I screw them over by lying and disparaging them. And there's that, and there's the jealous, and there's the haters. And they will always be there. And like Danny Inosanto, who I think you said you know, is my blood brother since the very beginning, probably one of the best knife fighters in the world.
His blood brother from the very beginning is Dan Inosanto. And again, they worked together and fought each other and out for justice in the bar fight.
and I got some funny stories I should tell you about Danny if we have time.
But I mean, people have been talking a lot about Bruce Lee with Once Upon a Time in Hollywood coming out, and Dan is one of the people who came out speaking very specifically about Bruce.
We can certainly talk about that today if you want, because I was there, you know. But,
I was there? What does he mean, I was there? Did he mean he was there with Bruce and Danny Osanto?
The long and the short is Danny always used to say, people always chase the guy, you know, on the football field, they chase the guy with the ball, meaning, you know, he's the most important guy. So I guess some people say, hey, you should be honored that people are disparaging you and making fun of you and lying about you and making up bullshit rumors about you, but I don't have time for it. I find it revolting and you know, just disgusting.
Well, because we brought it up, I'd love to follow up, you know, if you're comfortable with talking about it. A lot has been said about this portrayal of Bruce Lee in this new Tarantino movie, which, to be fair, I've not seen the movie, but having trained with people who knew him very directly, what I have been told has not been very encouraging about the way that they have portrayed Bruce the Man.
The real question is, where did Quentin Tarantino get this idea that, you know, some stunt person beat up Bruce Lee? I personally think it was just some random, you know, writing with people who wrote that, and that there was no rumor behind it, and that's why he wrote it. But I may be very, very wrong. Gene LeBell, who wants to say that, you know, he's the stunt guy who beat up Bruce Lee. Gene LeBell is somebody who made his entire career lying about who he beat up.
I mean, that's a good point by Seagal there, because Gene LeBell, I don't know if he said he beat up Bruce Lee, but he said he taught him a thing or two and that Bruce couldn't stop his moves. I mean, there's a pattern here with Gene LeBell, this pro wrestling fraud. This pro wrestling fraud, Gene LeBell, who was talking trash about both Bruce Lee and Steven Seagal, possibly the two greatest martial artists in the history of existence.
He beat up Jim Brown. I don't know if you guys know who Jim Brown is.
I didn't even hear that story. So he just makes, I mean, that might be possible, though. Is Jim Brown a martial artist, though?
But he was one of the greatest football players in the history of the world. And a very, very, very tough, nasty guy if he had to get nasty. And I promise you, Gene LeBell did not beat him up. But Gene LeBell calls himself Judo Gene LeBell. We had experts look in every Kodokan, Budokan, Judokai, everywhere to see if this guy had one black belt. We couldn't find one.
Man, Seagal coming hard for the fraud that is Gene LeBell. I mean, look at Gene LeBell's face here in his pink gi. It's like he made a joke and mockery of all of this. It's like he's living a pro wrestling performance.
And what everybody came back to me and said is he's never even studied judo. So he walks around telling everybody he's Judo Gene LeBell, tells everybody he beat me up, he choked me out, you know, he beat up Bruce Lee, he choked out Bruce Lee, he went to some big, you know, fight somewhere where there's some people fighting in the audience and they were endangering people, so he beat up one of them and killed him, and he had to go into hiding. I mean, the guy is a pathological liar. And I personally do not think that Gene LeBell ever beat up anybody, and if he did, you know, it's not, you know,
it definitely wasn't Bruce Lee.
It wasn't Bruce Lee. And I you know, I was very, very close friends with James Coburn and saw Bruce over at James's house many, many times.
Did everybody catch that? So here, when Seagal first said this, so people don't do any homework. Everybody called Seagal out for saying that not only was he not friends with James Coburn, but that he, of course, never knew Bruce Lee. Let me replay that segment again.
And if he did, you know, it's not, you know...
It definitely wasn't Bruce Lee.
It wasn't Bruce Lee. And I you know, I was very, very close friends with James Coburn and saw Bruce over at James's house many, many times. And I can tell you for sure, Bruce is also the kind of guy that you know, Gene LeBell did not choke out or beat up. So it's, for me, it's very disappointing that, you know, people in Hollywood can make their lives by making up bullshit, you know, to try to make themselves something that they're not.
I mean, look at Seagal blowing the whistle even on Hollywood frauds. I mean, we're kind of getting a real clear picture on why all of this anti-Seagal propaganda exists. So now here, we came with the receipts from James Coburn himself.
19 school in Osaka. Today, at age 34, he's returned to the United States to open a school here in Los Angeles.
I guess about 3 years ago, I met Steve Seagal. We became very fast, close friends ever since then.
Fast friends, straight from the mouth of James Coburn. Now, of course, before this clip was dug up, everyone was saying that Seagal was lying about both knowing James Coburn and Bruce Lee. I mean, how many receipts have we gone over so far? Everything from Seagal and these legendary blues players that people say he doesn't know. I mean, we have actual video footage of him playing with the Kings. I mean, this is crazy. The amount of receipts here. I mean, Seagal haters must be on unalive watch right now. Oh, we're just getting started, Jess Palmer. We are just getting started. This is going to be a long one. I hope everybody brought food and water here. I mean, we are entering the 12th hour of Steven Seagal coverage here in the greatest deep dive ever into the greatest receipt checking ever into Seagal. I mean, the bolder the claims, it really seems like Seagal's actually downplaying all of his abilities and everybody that he knew and everything that he was involved with. It really seems like he's downplaying. I mean, let's start a chat. I want a poll at this point. How many people think Seagal is downplaying everything? It does appear he's just so humble that he just downplays everything. So he did this interview with Michael Chavello. It is approximately, let's see what I want the date here. It was posted November 1st, 2014. So this is right around the time Seagal is vocal about Obama. So let's see what kind of claims he's going to make here and whether or not he's just downplaying everything while people think he's exaggerating. This seems to be a common theme. Oh man, YouTube's playing some games here. It does not want me to play this. Okay, so yeah, 50% think Seagal's downplaying his greatness. 50% are too triggered to answer. But we don't have a single person who thinks he's not downplaying his greatness. Alright, let's see if YouTube allows me to play this Chavello interview. Huh. It appears it really doesn't want me to play this. Bear with me here. I mean, just, Everyone's anti-Seagal for some reason. I mean, is this reminiscent? I mean, I don't want to get into Bible quotations here. But we have John 15:18. If the world hates you, keep in mind that it hated me first. I mean, those are the words of Jesus. And we have reincarnated Llama, Steven Seagal, seemingly suffering the same fate of the world being against him. But this is MindShock, where we are shining the light of truth. We are shining the light of truth here on all of the Seagal propaganda. Actually, this interview might have been even older. I don't know if it's still up on Chevello's channel. Oh, here we go. Alright, let's see if we can get this to work. Okay, here we go.
Introduction in the martial arts or movie world. He's a 7th down black belt in the Japanese art of Aikido. He's the star of such films as Out for Justice, Marked for Death, Above the Law, Hard to Kill, and Under Siege. His name? Steven Seagal. Wow, Steven Seagal, a larger-than-life figure, controversial, charismatic, shrouded in mystery and myth. And today on the show, we're going to try and unravel some of those mysteries and debunk some of those myths. So sit back and strap yourselves in for the longest interview ever conducted with Steven Seagal in his entire career. Welcome to another episode of The Voice Versus. Steven Seagal, thanks for joining me on The Voice Versus. It's an absolute pleasure. You began practicing Aikido, you shifted to Japan. Can you tell me how you first became involved in Aikido? Because it does intrigue me that, you know, Aikido developed by the Japanese by a much shorter man, Morihei Ueshiba, O-sensei, and you yourself about 6'5", larger individual. How did it come to be Aikido that was your chosen art?
Well, actually, I started studying karate at a very young age. I sort of lied about my age and got a job washing dishes at a restaurant. I think it was called the Wagon Wheel or something like that.
Again, Steven Seagal admitting when he lied as a child. I mean, this man clearly admits when he lies. And it appears he's been downplaying everything all these years.
And there was a cook there, because back then in America you didn't really have dojos around. You didn't have people teaching kung fu and, you know, Korean arts and Chinese and Japanese. So you just didn't have it. They were all sort of underground or quietly teaching. And one of the cooks there was a guy called Sakamoto Sensei, and he was a Shotokan guy and an Okinawan Shorin guy. And he saw that when I was washing the dishes and moving around that I moved very fast and loved the martial arts. And one of the other guys in the kitchen, I don't even know what he was a Mexican guy who claimed to be a boxer, and you know, he was one of these kind of controversial guys that loved to talk about how great boxing was and how great he was. And anyway, Sakamoto Sensei decided to take me under his wing and teach me. I had asked him over and over again if he would, and then I ended up learning from him karate, the basics. It was mostly Okinawan. And then I studied from him for many years, and then finally...
So here we have it. I think this might be the first time Seagal revealed he was an Okinawan karate. He did Okinawan karate before Aikido.
Found someone who could teach me Aikido. I was very interested in the Aikido.
And people who think he's lying, he actually has videos where he visits some of these Okinawan guys.
As you know, I had met Demura Sensei and some of the people from Shitoryu.
And we'll get into Demura, but I'll put up an image right now. Demura, so Seagal getting involved with Demura. For those who don't know who Demura is, Fumio Demura was actually another martial arts master who trained with Bruce Lee. Here's a photo of them together. So now we have Steven Seagal involved with not just Coburn, known to have trained with Lee, but also Demura. And hold on, I'm about to give you some more receipts, people. We're about to get even more receipts. Just give me a second. YouTube getting glitchy here. YouTube getting glitchy now that the truth is about to come out regarding Steven Seagal and Bruce Lee. Here is Steven Seagal with Fumio Demura, karate legend, also a friend of Bruce Lee. Is the plot not thickening further enough here? All the Seagal haters are getting really nervous right now. They're getting really nervous.
Never really studied with them much, became very good friends. And we did some demonstrating together, and we demonstrated karate at this place that they had, which was a theme park, like a Japanese theme park in Orange County somewhere. I think it was called the Deer Park. And so Demura Sensei and I and a bunch of the guys, who are not all Shitoryu, by the way, we all demonstrated karate there.
And Demura was also the real-life Mr. Miyagi. Wow, that's a huge image. So, how many receipts do we need here? So, Steven Seagal, very friendly with not one, but two. Well, actually three, because Dan and Osanto, and actually four, because we also have here we also have here Ron Balicki. So we have Dan and Osanto, Ron Balicki, Fumura, and Coburn. So we have Steven Seagal running in the same exact circles as Bruce Lee, and the haters still want to maintain. They want to maintain that there is zero chance that Seagal ever knew Bruce Lee or met Bruce Lee or trained with Bruce Lee or fought Bruce Lee in any capacity. I mean, we got plenty more receipts to come from. Just give me a second here. I got another receipt here. Oh wow, hold on. They've been deleting a lot of this stuff. It's also kind of interesting how Seagal obviously has all of these receipts himself in his photo albums and videos and etc. But it's kind of funny how he doesn't care about backing up anything he says. And all of this work is being done by people digging all this stuff up. But hold on, I got a receipt here. This was actually in Black Belt magazine. For some reason it was removed. But the guy who taught calligraphy to Aikido founder Morihei Ueshiba was also buddy-buddy with none other than Steven Seagal. And this is this is Saiseki Abe. And I'm about to post a receipt here. I don't know if anybody has posted this receipt before. Took a lot of digging to find it. But here is Steven Seagal, a young Seagal here. With Saiseki Abe, the guy who taught the founder of Aikido calligraphy. And Seagal himself said that he never studied directly under O-sensei Ueshiba. But he said he saw him, which he may have, because he's training with, he also trained calligraphy. And when have you even heard Seagal boast about his calligraphy skills? I mean, he never even, I've seen a lot of interviews. When does he boast about his mastery of calligraphy? But here's a photo. There's no date here, but that in the photo right there is Saiseki Abe. Saiseki Abe was also one of Morihei Ueshiba's top disciples. So he's 10th Dan in Aikido. There was an interview in Black Belt magazine. It was posted on the internet April 3rd, 2013, no longer up. I don't know if it was reposted or not. He also taught Steven Seagal calligraphy and said Seagal's calligraphy was very good. And Seiseki Abe, 10th Dan in this interview, says that Seagal is the founder, that they're both affiliated with Aikikai Hanbu Dojo, and that Seagal's the founder of Tenshin Dojo, and his dojo developed an ongoing interaction with the teachings of O-Sensei. So, to all the goofs who hallucinate that Seagal never even ran or founded the dojo, this is straight from the mouth of O-Sensei's own student, Seiseki Abe, who confirms that Seagal himself is also very good at calligraphy and has his own dojo and continues the teachings of O-Sensei. How's that for a receipt? I'm sure all the haters that think Seagal's lying are going to ignore all that as well. But let's continue with the interview here.
And about that time I found a master in Aikido named Isaka Kyoshi. Who became kind of the most important martial arts master of my life. And I devoted all of my time to him, became his closest disciple, and well, I don't know if I was his closest disciple, but he was my closest teacher, and certainly I loved him the most and devoted everything I had to him. And he really was the most important martial arts teacher of my life.
Of course, the founder of Aikido, Morihei Ueshiba, O-Sensei, passed away in 1969. Did you ever meet O-Sensei? And if you did you develop a relationship with him? Did you train with him at all?
No, by the time O-Sensei was getting old, you know, I was quite young. I was 18, something like that. I had gotten to, my father was in Japan, having to do with some military stuff, and
Wait, he just hand-waved that? His father was in Japan having to do some military stuff? Wait, what? Some military stuff? What kind of military stuff was Seagal's father doing? Actually, you know what? Let me drop another fact check here on Coburn. Might as well drop it here. So James Coburn, for those that don't know, he did a documentary on the CIA. This is Washington Post, January 15, 2000. The CIA agency is filmed from the inside with cooperation from the top into On the Inside specials airing on Discovery Channel. America's Frontline and the New Threats explore some of the workings of the powerful U.S. intelligence agency whose clandestine services require that action and techniques remain among the nation's most guarded secrets. James Coburn narrates the program, which includes the first extensive interview about the agency with CIA Director George Tenet, an interview with a top official regarding the role of covert ops, an interview with the head of Counterterrorism Center, previously classified stories from deep inside the CIA, and a look at a training facility known as the Farm. So James Coburn, of all people, somehow gets this gig, CIA from the inside. I think this might be one of the first, if not the first, on this subject. And Coburn himself was in the military before, and Coburn actually narrated those old military films from decades and decades ago. So is it possible Steven Seagal somehow is buddy-buddy with James Coburn as well? So it just never ends, the web of Steven Seagal somehow knowing these like, how is he buddy-buddy with James Coburn? I mean, this is just crazy. And then Coburn himself might have some kind of connections. Now Seagal's claiming his own father's in Japan? On a military yacht?
He allowed me to come with him. I was able to meet one of my closest friends, Isoyama Sensei, and
we actually looked at this clip before. I'll play it again here with Isoyama, because again, a lot of people think Seagal is lying about knowing or being friends with his people, but as soon as we start checking receipts, it appears they're all there, and then some, because it's like he's downplaying all of this. Let's look at the receipts with Isoyama.
Being in Japan gave Steven a chance to get together with his old friend of 40 years, who's also an Aikido master, Hiroshi Isoyama.
彼と会ったのは愛木神社で初めて会ったんですけども。
Here we have another fact check. Isoyama says that Seagal was very good at speaking Japanese in spite of his young age. I mean, Seagal is just such a master of so many trades. I mean, it's like he's a master of all trades and jack of none.
その時彼はね、若いにもかかわらず、すごく日本語が上手だったんです。
They used to practice a lot, but in the evenings, they found Aikido came in handy after class. Steven was an outsider, and at 6'4", hard to miss. Various tough guys tried to intimidate them.
I mean, look at these receipts. Look at these receipts of Seagal on the mean streets of Japan. Look at these receipts. I mean, you guys just aren't ready. The world is not ready for the receipts of Steven Seagal. I mean, look at that fro. Look at that fro. He's even got a stash going there. I mean, look at this young Seagal on the mean streets of Japan, standing 6'4". I mean, is it possible to even have more receipts? Has anyone had more receipts than Seagal?
But it didn't work.
I mean, look at that dapper young man. Look at that dapper young man. I mean, there are goofs claiming Seagal was never even in Japan that young. But look at this. It's not like I've seen coincidence theorists and Seagal haters claim that none of these stories regarding these Aikido masters could be true because the Aikido masters all died by the time he moved to Japan. Who said anything about moving? He clearly visited Japan at a young age. Look at those brows. Look at those brows and that fro and that stash. I mean, this is one dapper teenager walking the mean streets of Japan.
네. 네. 주소 面白かったね、重曹。え？
暴れましたね。
なんで？
いや、その乱暴のところに入ってきたらね、その時々悪い人の人をいじめたりね、いろいろこうかけてくるでしょう。我々はそれも喜んでね、そういう歓迎した。
I mean, here is Hiroshi Isoyama bringing the receipts for Seagal on the streets of Japan, vanquishing all opposition. I mean, how many more receipts are possible?
We're happy to oblige that. 先ほどもちょっとお話ししましたけども、やはり彼はすごくこう礼儀正しい男なんですよ。映画では映画の役にはまってるから、その彼の
I mean, that's a pretty good compliment. Isoyama. How many Japanese people would say about a non-Japanese? Here's the translation for what Isoyama is saying here. I have regarded him as well-mannered and in a way more Japanese than some Japanese people. I mean, Isoyama here. I mean, Steven Seagal is more Japanese than Japanese people. I mean, Steven Seagal's even better at being Japanese than Japanese people. Is there anything this man can't do?
本当の姿っていうのは出てないかもしれませんけれども。Nice hat. Gentle hat.
It's because I paid so close attention to the protocol and the language and how you're supposed to be.
をしたと思います。ですからその苦労が実って今の彼があるんじゃないかなと思います。だからその苦労っていうのは我々が
I mean, here's Isoyama backing up some claims. I also think he went through hardships no one could imagine. I mean, this is an Aikido master saying this about Seagal.
推測できないようなには言えない
hardships that he couldn't even describe to anyone. I mean, look at that fro. Look at that fro. That probably gives him at least plus 500 strength and speed.
をしたんじゃないかな
And the burns. I mean, think about the hit points the burns can add. I mean, Seagal looked absolutely terrifying back in those days.
と私は思っております。
There's some people that are just born with a certain amount of determination, and they're not going to give up. And I don't know if I'm one of those people or not, but that's sure what I was thinking at the time.
I mean, look how humble Seagal is. He doesn't even claim to be one of those people.
That nobody's going to break me.
But there are a lot of people who have a tough time with the concept of Steven being a Buddhist, yet having so much violence in his movies.
There's a tradition in many parts of the world of Buddhist monks who believe that their body is also a sacred treasure and that they have the right to defend their lives. And they also believe in what I believe, which is that the development of the physical self through arduous training is essential in order to perfect the spiritual man. And this kind of training should be simultaneous.
I mean, just wise words from Steven Seagal. Let's get back into this interview. A lot of people trashed him in this interview, but I mean, how much more receipts is even possible to bring than we've already brought?
Go to Ibaraki when Sensei was alive in Tokyo and got to see him, got to hear him. I wouldn't say that I got to study with him or get thrown by him or anything else.
See, he's clearly stating that he didn't study specifically with O-Sensei, simply that he saw him. So this would have been a trip because O-Sensei died April 26, 1969. So Seagal would have been a teenager, but here we have the receipts of a young Seagal walking the mean streets of Japan, clearly as a teenager. So there was clearly at least 1 or 2 trips before he permanently moved there. Obviously, by the time he permanently moved there, Ushiba had already died.
I really, in that way, didn't know him. And then soon after that, he became ill and wasn't teaching much, and soon after that, he passed away. But I did make very, very close friends with the guys that I thought were his closest students, and I felt that the mystical things, the thing that I found the most interesting about those times was, Osensei wasn't talking about put your left foot here and your right arm here and flip the guy this way and punch him that way. He was really talking about mysticism, and he was a kind of a priest in this place called Omoto-kyo, and he was the student of Deguchi Onisaburo sensei and Deguchi Naohi. Deguchi Naohi was his teacher, and she was still alive, and I went there to study from her, which I did do. And I did learn a lot of the mystical things that he was teaching that nobody else seemed to understand because they weren't really interested in that.
I mean, Steven Seagal here is probably revealing, like, the true secrets here. Because he studied the mystical arts behind Aikido that nobody was interested in. Is this the secret to his success and his invincibility? The mystical side.
They were interested in learning how to fight. So that was my beginning in that way.
What were some of these mystical things that O-sensei was trying to accomplish that you wanted to learn? Because I remember you said in an interview once you wanted to transcend just the physical training of Aikido and learn the mystical side as O-sensei had taught.
Well, I mean, I've been doing the martial arts for 40 some odd years now, and maybe 50 years, I could say, huh? I don't know if I'm any closer to enlightenment now than I was then.
I mean, can you be any more humble than Seagal? Like, where is the Seagal hate coming from other than instruction from the Illuminati cabal to hate him just because the idiot Bach said so?
I have had moments of what seemed to me at the time to be great realization. I have had moments of techniques that seemed to be unexplainable or divine or spectacular, but I've never been able to keep that level of divine or mystical technique consistent so that I could always do it and understand it. It would seem to come and go without my really knowing when it would come and go, and so I'm still sort of the average fool on the corner trying to, you know, put one foot in front of the other.
I'm the average fool on the corner trying to put one foot in front of the other. Is there a single man in Hollywood more humble than Steven Seagal? Is there a single martial artist out there in the world more humble than this man?
Still to come on The Voice versus Steven Seagal, we talk more about Aikido and traditional martial arts. Welcome back versus Steven Seagal. Let's talk more about Aikido and the traditional martial arts. In your time teaching in Japan, as Take Sensei, as you were known...
You know who gave me that name?
No.
was Deguchi Naohi.
Oh, it was?
O-sensei's teacher is the one who gave me that name.
Fantastic.
That's right.
And during that time, you were known for a very hard, practical style of Aikido. What you were teaching, was that close to what O-sensei had developed, or were you taking a more aggressive, harder style of Aikido that you were teaching?
I believe that in Aikido we had something called Go Juju, which was the circle, the square, and the triangle, and you know, the hard, the medium, and the soft. But the soft was the most severe, and that was the riddle that most people didn't understand. I grew up in a very, very dangerous area, an area that was all gangsters, yakuza, fighting every day in Shinjuku and in Osaka when I finally went there. I believe that O-sensei had something called okuden, which meant the secret style or the secret arts that he wouldn't teach almost anyone, which did have to do with killing people and did have to do with techniques that could take a life and so forth and so on. And I think after his, you know, supposed, and I don't say this out of disrespect, but I don't know, you know, after his apparent enlightenment, whatever that means, because I don't understand what it means, he apparently took all those techniques out and wasn't showing those anymore, but I did know the old people who did know them, and I made those a part of my style, and I made the attitude based on my understanding of Aikido, which is that you have, you know, the gentle, the supple, the sublime, the soft, the severe, and the wrathful, and I felt very...
The wrathful? Wow, that sounds biblical. I mean, is Steven Seagal have these biblical mystical powers that allow him to transcend what mere mortals can accomplish? I mean, he seems to be kind of telling, I mean, he seems to be revealing the secrets here.
Very, very convicted, you know, I felt tremendous conviction in the fact that Aikido has to be able to work against anyone in any style who wants to come and kill you or your family or your friends or hurt you. I felt that Aikido could be as severe as any art, and I made it that way. And once again, I'll mention the name of Isoyama Sensei. Him and I, you know, both had that same attitude, and him and I had the unfortunate displeasure of having to test our skills hundreds of times. And I remember there was the ridiculous question in there of, have you ever had to use Aikido? And that was one of the ones I was looking for, to tell you we probably shouldn't, you know, address that. But yeah, hundreds of times, you know.
So Steven Seagal here revealing that he's had to use his skills hundreds of times. I mean, we have receipts from one of these other Aikido masters that we just went through.
We've had to, you know, use this in the streets, and that's how you know what works and what doesn't.
I was going to say, it must give you a sense of satisfaction, though. Even though you don't want to use it ever for self-defense, you hope you never get into that predicament. It must give you a sense of satisfaction to know that what you are teaching and what you have learnt works.
It's not satisfaction. Forgive me for contradicting you, but it is very important to learn what works. Like one of my teachers once said, Shinkei Shobu, or fighting for real in the street or wherever you are, and then practicing on the mat, is the difference between swimming on the mat and swimming in the water. You know, and you have to fight for real. And if you don't fight for real, I don't want to come up with any superlatives for you, because it's not all about fighting, but you will never understand, you know, really the essence of what any martial art is without having to, you know, really defend yourself.
Very good point.
You know, so.
In your days of instructing back in Japan, apparently your gradings were legendary. They took place behind closed doors. Can you tell me what a Take-sensei grading would have consisted of for a black belt grading back in the day?
Back in the day, people were giving out black belts in 1 or 2 years. My average shodan was 6 years.
Wow.
Back in the day. And back in the day, we took 3 to 5 guys, depending on who you were. And after you went through all of the different techniques, showing, you know, piece by piece what you could do, in the end, you lined up 3 to 5 guys, you put them across the room, and you said, begin. And they would attack you as hard as they could, and they would do anything they could to take you out. And we constantly had people who would have broken nose, knocked out teeth, black eyes, ripped open face.
Keep in mind, though, not a single image seems to exist of Seagal with even a scratch on him.
And there was never, ever a black belt exam where people walked away without blood everywhere.
Unless it was Seagal, because there seems to be no evidence that Seagal has ever taken damage in any fight.
Times have changed though, haven't they? It's rare, if anywhere, you'll find today that it takes more than a couple of years to achieve a black belt in most styles.
I mean, and nobody comes at you that hard anymore. And I used to tell the guys, and they'd say, well, can we come as hard as we can? I'd say, yeah, you go as hard as you can, but keep in mind, the harder you come, the harder he's coming back.
Yeah, yeah. When we return to The Voice versus Steven Seagal, Seagal talks about the transition from martial arts master to overnight Hollywood sensation. Welcome back to The Voice versus Steven Seagal. After a successful career as a martial arts instructor in Japan, Steven Seagal returned to America to forge a career as a Hollywood star. In 1988, he came out of nowhere to feature in his first smash hit, Above the Law. Now, moving on to your move into Hollywood, I mean, going from martial arts instructor to Hollywood actor, virtually overnight. You came out of nowhere in 1988 with Above the Law, whereas
1985, 86.
You were doing some choreography and some martial arts training with the likes of Sean Connery, correct? During the mid-80s. Your first role, though, was a major feature role, and you didn't start with smaller roles like so many actors did. And there's so many stories that float around as to how you got involved in Hollywood. One is that Mike Ovitz was a former student of yours, and he took you to Warner Brothers. You did an Aikido demonstration, and Warner Brothers was blown away, and boom, Steven Seagal became a movie star. Is that true? And if not, how did it happen?
I hate to admit it, that is true.
Okay.
That's a true story.
You still remember the day? You still remember the demonstration?
I remember everything about it, yeah.
Were you introduced a new style of martial arts that no one had ever seen on the silver screen. Right. People used to kick punches of, you know, your Bruce Lees and your Chuck Norrises and your Van Dams, etc. But here was Aikido. Was there ever any trepidation from you or the producers, the guys at Warner Brothers, that this stuff might not work on screen? There were no flashy kicks and jumping round kicks and flashy stuff. It was mostly joint locks and holds and throws.
What most people don't know is that they probably did have some kind of, how do you say, shinpai means like, you know, maybe they were a little concerned about that.
A reservation.
Isn't it funny how Seagal, it sounds like he's thinking in Japanese. He's asking him to translate a Japanese word into English while they're having an English conversation.
Maybe?
Reservations.
Yeah.
And so they did ask me to do a screen test, and I did. And they said, man, you know, this guy has got so much, you know, going on. He's got the charisma, he's got the look, he's got the action. We feel confident after that. And so they handed me 2 or 3 scripts, and they said, you know, make any of these you want. I read them. I came to America as a writer. And I didn't like any of them. I said, you know, I think we can do better than this. And they said, well, there's a writer's strike coming up, so maybe if you want to write something. And I said, yeah, I want to write something. And they said, well, there's a writer's strike coming up, and the timing is going to be difficult if you don't write it quickly. Can we assign some folks to help you? I said, sure. And they assigned me Stephen Pressfield and Ronnie Shusett. And together we all wrote Above the Law, yeah.
Which, in interviews, you've said that Above the Law was part autobiographical in segments.
Well, I'm not going to get into that, but I will say that I believe it was based on a true story which had to do with the Iran-Contra, you know, conspiracy, which really never came out.
Your first 5 films are considered classics of the genre. Above the Law, Hard to Kill, Marked for Death, Out for Justice, Under Siege, classics. I was a huge fan back in the day. When I first saw Above the Law, I must have been 13 years old, and I was so into it, I think I whispered everything for a month afterwards just to imitate your voice. Out of all the characters you played, Nico Toscani, Mason Storm, John Hatcher, Gino Felino, and Casey Ryback, which of those characters was the most fun to play, most memorable?
That's a tough question. I think maybe, you know, Above the Law was the most fun for me.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Under Siege? I have to ask the question, 1 or 2? Which one did you prefer? I actually preferred Under Siege 2 to Under Siege 1.
I think I like Under Siege 1.
Yeah?
Yeah. I like them both.
Yeah, I like them both too. They're both classics. Oh, so many fight scenes in so many films that you've done. My favourite one, I suppose, the Out for Justice cue ball fight was
That's
fantastic.
my favourite also.
It's your favourite as well?
Yeah, that's my
What
favourite.
made that one your favourite?
Well, I improvise, you know, in special forces, you know, we say something like, you know, there's this phrase that is common amongst operators.
Wait, in special forces we say this? What does he try to... was that a Freudian slip there? Did he not think that statement through?
We say adapt and overcome. And coming up with the idea of putting that cue ball inside a rag and using it against all those people was a really good idea that really works.
It did.
I can tell you. I mean, that will hurt somebody very badly.
It sounds like Steven might have done that on numerous occasions.
And so I like that. And then, you know, Danny Inosanto is a dear friend of mine, still is a dear friend of mine. He, as you know, was one of Bruce Lee's teachers, brilliant knife fighter, great at Eskrima Cali.
I'm gonna put up a funny picture of Bruce and Dan Inosanto. I don't know if a lot of people have seen this photo, but it's a pretty funny photo.
And all that stuff, and him and I had done a lot of practice together and working together, and I tried to learn from him, and I think he tried to learn from me.
I mean, look how humble Seagal is. Like, he's admitting that he tried to learn from Dan Inosanto. He's not like Gene LeBell trying to pretend he's going around doing all the teaching.
And so being able to work with him that day and fight him was a great pleasure for me.
I was going to say, Dan Inosanto, at one stage, Bruce Lee's #1 student. You also...
and teacher.
And teacher. Friends with James Coburn as well, who was one of Bruce Lee's students. Indeed, indeed.
That's how I met Bruce, through James
Tell me, I was going to ask.
So here we go. That's how Steven Seagal met Bruce Lee through James Coburn.
So you met Bruce Lee.
Through
Tell me
James
about your
Coburn.
experiences with Bruce and what was he like and how did you get on with him?
You know, I wasn't around Bruce much. He was the kind of guy who kind of would badmouth most, a lot of the other martial artists and martial arts in a kind of a sarcastic way, fun way, which I understood. For some reason, he never had anything bad to say about me. And I was quite interested in Aikido, and he was very nice to me. He knew that I grew up in Asia and that I had a son that was just exactly the same age as Brandon. And when I met Brandon, he had lighter hair and said, "This is my little Caucasian boy," you know. You know, I thought Bruce was a really great guy, really cool guy, and I thought James Coburn was a great guy too. And I'm really sorry they're all gone. And when Brandon was killed like that, they called me a few minutes after it happened. It was in Carolina somewhere. They called me in the middle of the night and they said, "We think that he's dead, but the guy shot a blank gun at him. How could he be dead? He's dying. He's you know, severely hurt, maybe dead." And I said, "You will find a projectile in him. You'll find a bullet in him." And they said, "That can't be. You're crazy." And I said, "You will find a bullet in him." And they called me in the morning and they said, "You're amazing." And I said, "Why?" And they said, there was a bullet in him.
I mean, Seagal's psychic prowess also seems to be very overlooked.
And I can go through the whole story on what really happened, which most people don't know, but the long and the short is when Brandon passed like that, I didn't sleep for 3 or 4 days.
Wow.
It just reminded me too much of certain things, and the loss of both of them was terrible for me.
Another great actor, one of my favourites, and I know he's one of your favourites as well, Jackie Chan, man who sent me flowers for my 21st birthday, coincidentally. And by the way, you and I share the same birthday, April 10. You were one of the people, and it's a little-known fact, who helped Jackie Chan break into America and introduce him to American audiences. Can you tell me about your relationship with Jackie and how that started?
So Seagal's also friends with Jackie Chan. Interesting. Interesting.
I mean, I've known Jackie for, Jesus, maybe 40 years.
Wow.
I've known him from way back in the early days. I'm not very close with him anymore. I don't really go to Hong Kong or China much anymore. Him, Sammo Hung, a lot of the old, you know, some of this is really maybe not quite fit for, you know, saying out loud on film, but there's an interesting group of folks that, you know, are kind of some in the shadows and some in the light, and I was friends with all those guys for a long time. Haven't seen Jackie for a long time.
What's he trying to say there? Is he trying to say that Jackie's some kind of Illuminati agent?
Now, but at one time I thought we were kind of good friends, you know.
In an interview, you also said once you'd made many great movies, which you have, and said you'd made many, or some, bad movies. Is there one particular film you look back on and you sort of cringe and go, geez, did I really do that?
Unfortunately, there's many. I think, you know, I was looking at an actor the other day on screen.
Hold on a second. Let me bring some receipts for Seagal and Jackie, just in case people are doubting that. Jackie Chan actually also tried to get Seagal for a few movies. Apparently they couldn't get the contract right, but... Let me dig this up. I mean, Jackie seems to really like Steven Seagal. Quite a few photos of these guys, these friends. Yeah, it was reported April 8th, 2015, Jackie and Seagal were actually trying to get a movie done. But I guess it never got done.
I was going, holy shit. Can you say shit on this interview?
You can say whatever you like.
Yeah. I said, holy shit, did this guy actually do this? Not only was the movie that bad, but the acting was that bad. And it's a pretty famous actor. And I just said, hey, man, happens to all of us. We all, because we are, I don't want to say victims, but we are subject to the financiers and what they want us to do, and the studios and what they want us to do, and we don't control the show. So I made a lot of terrible movies and a few good ones.
If all your movies were lost forever in some freak fire and all the show reels were gone, but one survived for you to be able to show your grandkids one day, which one movie of yours would you hope survived?
It'd probably be On Deadly Ground because of the speech in the end, which, you know, is exactly what Al Gore did, you know, 18 years later, than he got an Academy Award and a Nobel Peace Prize for. I was a little ahead of my time. And I understand they cut quite a bit of that speech out. It was originally much longer, and it really just covered the entire gamut of what's happening with the planet.
I mean, Steven Seagal always seems to be ahead of his time.
And the environment, but I don't really know what's left. I'd like to rent it just to see, but I think, you know, for mankind, that's probably the most important work I've done, in my opinion. And then, you know, Fire Down Blue was also another important environmental movie. So, but I think On Deadly Ground, the speech in the end with the slideshow is very important.
Who's the most legitimate Hollywood tough guy, in your opinion? You accept it, of course.
When you say tough guy, do you mean martial artist or just tough guy?
I mean, Stephen, for real. If he was on the street and there was a situation, you wanted this Hollywood guy by your side because he could defend himself. It's that hard to think of a legit one?
Can you think of one?
Michael Jai White.
Can I laugh in your face?
Really?
Yes.
Thoughts on Jean-Claude Van Damme?
Can I laugh in your face?
We're gonna get into Van Damme in a second. After we finish the Bruce Lee bombs.
Chuck Norris?
I mean, Chuck is in his mid-70s. He's probably 76 years old, okay? 75, 76 years old.
Interesting.
So I don't know. I've heard that he's not, you know. So, I mean, I don't really want to get into, on film anyway, you know, who's a tough guy. Do I think Michael is a tough guy? No. Do I think he's a martial artist? No. Do I think Jean-Claude's a tough guy or martial artist? No.
Man, he's bringing the heat.
If you were to put together your own ensemble of action stars, your own version of the Expendables, let's say, who would you choose, 3 or 4 actors, to be in there with you?
Thanks for the super chat, Dub.
They had many great actors in there, you know, that are great action guys. I think this guy Jason Statham, is that
Jason
right?
Statham?
Statham,
Yeah,
is it?
That's funny.
It's not Stratham, it's Statham.
Yep.
Jason Statham is a wonderful action guy. Jet Li, fantastic action guy, who, by the way, is a real martial artist.
Yes, great wushu.
And, you know, I mean, I'd never seen him fight, but I would imagine if you would have mentioned his name over those guys, I would have to say, okay, he's a real martial artist and probably can fight.
Dolph Lundgren, Kyokushin karateka, used to be competitive.
He's a very nice guy. Do I think he's a tough guy and a great martial artist? He's just a great guy, and you know. But anyway, I'm trying to think of all the guys that were in there. I didn't get to see it, but you know, Jet Li and you know, Jason Statham are great guys. Who else was in it?
Dolph Lundgren.
He keeps calling him Stratham, even after he said Statham so many times.
Terry Crews, Randy Couture.
Randy's a real fighter.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
You know.
Of course, Bruce Willis and Arnie, we know both aren't real fighters, but great actors.
They're great actors.
Mm-hmm. And Sly Stallone.
Yeah, you got all those great actors there.
Yeah.
All those great actors, yeah.
Folks, you may be wondering at this stage of the interview why I haven't asked Steven Seagal about the rumour that he was once choked out on set by judo Gene LeBell. Steven Seagal was adamant off camera that he did not want to give Gene LeBell any publicity during this interview. He said he had met Gene LeBell on set once, and all they'd ever done together was stretch, and in no way, shape or form had LeBell ever choked him out. He also said that LeBell once claimed he knocked out Bruce Lee, knocked out Jim Brown, that Gene LeBell is a pathological liar, a scumbag, and other choice words I choose not to say on television. So make up your own mind about that apparent rumour. More return here to The Voice versus Steven Seagal. Welcome back to Arizona and The Voice versus Steven Seagal. I'm Michael Chiavello. Coming up next, let's talk to Steven Seagal about the mixed martial arts world, his work with Anderson Silva, Lyoto Machida, his thoughts on mixed martial arts, and of course that famed front kick that Anderson used to knock out Vitor Belfort that allegedly was taught to him by Steven Seagal. Let's talk a little bit about mixed martial arts. Your relationship with Anderson Silva. How did you and Anderson Silva first come into contact?
Anderson sent me a card saying, teach me your lethal stuff, teach me your great stuff. And then there was a phone number of a guy called George Joymaris, and I called George, and he said, yeah, man, Anderson's a big fan. He knows about, you know, all of your lethal stuff, and would you come and teach him? And I said, let's meet and talk. And we met and talked, and I thought he's very sincere, very humble, and that it would be a good thing to do. So I went to Black House and started teaching him, yeah.
After Anderson knocked out Vitor Belfort, he said the front kick he won the fight with was taught to him by you. Gave you credit for that.
And you know what's crazy? A lot of the goofs hallucinate Seagal was the one who said that. Anderson Silva was the guy who said that. I mean, Seagal didn't deny it, obviously. Seagal did confirm it.
It was, you know, fantastic and sort of introduced you back into the world of mixed martial arts fans. But there were a lot of people also questioning the validity of that, of how an Aikido instructor would teach a Muay Thai guy a version of a front kick.
I mean, whoever says that doesn't know anything about my life. I mean, I spent my entire life... first of all, I started out in karate.
Sure, yeah.
You know?
So you started out doing Maigeri in karate.
Yeah, I started, you know, for many years before I even began Aikido. So, and then I went around the world studying from, you know, Kung Fu masters, Muay Thai masters, you know, and Tai Chi masters. And so I've been doing mixed martial arts for 40 years.
I mean, there you have it. I mean, Steven Seagal, a pioneer of all martial arts. I mean, he really does seem to downplay the other styles that he studied.
And so whoever says that just doesn't know anything about me.
Would you believe you're one of the original mixed martial artists, in that you're probably one of the first guys to train in so many different styles that's high profile, of course?
No, I think there are millions of other guys that were doing the same thing. We just didn't use the word.
I mean, look at Seagal, so humble here. I mean, clearly he stands head and shoulders above all others, but he's freely stating here that there are literally millions of others like him. I mean, can you be more humble than Seagal here?
Mixed martial arts, but that's what we did because we wanted to study everything we could to make sure that whoever we're fighting, we are covered for the different kinds of, you know, situations that we might be in. We would know what to do on the ground. We would know what to do with kicks, punches, elbows, grappling, joint locks, whatever. We want to know how to do it. A lot of the old wisdom and knowledge and essence is lost today in the modern world. A lot of what the old masters had and have is beyond most of your modern practitioner's comprehension, because nowadays you have stuff like UFC, for example, where people are getting in there and physically they are, it's wonderful in the sense that they're physically, trying to kind of understand the limits of, their talent and their skill and getting in there and testing it out, and they're great athletes, and some of them are great martial artists and so forth and so on. But the spiritual training that most of the old guys in the olden days used to go through in order to culminate the development of the physical self and the perfection of the spiritual self simultaneously, that's almost lost these days.
I mean, how astute is Seagal here? I mean, it seems like his wisdom is just so off the charts, people can't grasp it, so they just find it easier to hate on it. Because it's like he's lapped everybody else so many times at this point. I mean, what other recourse do all these jealous goofs have other than to pretend he's crazy and lying?
And like Liro Machida, who's a dear friend of mine and a student of mine, his father and I are about the same age, and we are cut from the same cloth. Yeah. We went through the same things with the same people. Him and I talk about this a lot. This is something that we really understand. And I have friends like his father and Isayama Sensei, and I could go down the list, who are in their 60s and their 70s who could kill most of the guys who think they're great warriors that are in their 20s or 30s. Kill them instantly. But that's stuff that most people who will hear this will go, oh, come on, that's a joke. Well, amongst real martial arts masters, it's not a joke.
Exactly. I mean, I take, for example, one of my...
I have another receipt here from the goofs that were saying, of course Jackie and Seagal know each other. They're movie stars. Here's a photo of Jackie training with Seagal's wife and daughter way back in the day. I mean, how much more receipts can we have? I mean, Jackie literally traveling to Steven Seagal's dojo in Japan to train with Seagal's family, and there are goofs still saying they weren't really friends and Seagal just name-dropped him just 'cause. I mean, if anything, Seagal could have easily explained how Jackie came and trained with his family in his dojo, but Seagal underplays everything. He really does seem like he underplays everything. Yes, Seagal, Dub in the chat talking about Seagal and when they ran that tank through Jesus' house. Seagal was not the one driving. And yes, we haven't seen definitive confirmation on how the dog and the other animals died. It could have been from the other inexperienced SWAT team members, or they could have died under other circumstances and they blamed the SWAT raid. I mean, who knows? I think that suit got dropped anyway, right? I mean, yeah, we really don't know the details there.
Favorite martial arts masters ever, Sosei Masayama, who invented Kyokushin karate. And there's a man who passed away in later age and, could still knock out people with one punch and kill with one punch. He used to kill bulls and do shuto strikes and shave the horns off bulls and, the amazing feats of power. He was
a good friend of mine.
He was?
Good friend of mine.
Big thanks to Justin Johnson for the support in the chat.
Tremendous.
I was in Kazakhstan, I think. I was somewhere crazy in the world the other day, maybe 6 months ago, something like that. And there was a big Kyokushinkai, how do you say in English, like
a gathering or
I mean, this guy speaks Japanese better than he speaks English.
Convention? Well, yeah, convention, something like that. And they were doing all this, demonstrations and fighting and competition, and all the old senpai, all the old, Kyokushinkai masters were there. And they saw me come in. This was like chilling. And they, he's here, he's here. and they made me come and sit with the other masters, and they introduced me as their senpai.
Wow, what a tremendous honor. Tremendous honor. You have mentioned in interviews that the kick you taught Anderson is something you had in the bank, you had in the file from many, many, many years ago. Can you elaborate a little more on the kick? And is it your own version of a Maigeri, of a teep kick?
It's not, anyway, everyone can say, oh, it's just a Maigeri. It's not just a Maigeri. What I tried to teach him and Lyoto, you see, most people when they do Maigeri, they lift the leg and they kick.
Sure.
What I'm trying to teach people to do, without giving away any trade secrets, is to kick like this, so you don't see it coming. You don't lift up and kick, you kick like this. And it's the way you hold your foot. It's not like this, like a lot of people do in there. You'll see it all the time. But it's like this, so it's like a spear.
A lot of people do this to protect the toes. Is there a danger of breaking the toes?
Well, you have to lift your toes up.
Okay.
You lift your toes up and you're kicking with here.
Okay.
So that's, but it is not a classic, typical Maigeri. It's...
I mean, Seagal dropping bombs on the wisdom of the Spear of Destiny front kick. I mean, clearly Seagal obviously imparted a certain amount of wisdom. It's not like they were knocking people out left and right with this kick before working with Seagal.
Different.
And with Lyoto Machida, you've mentioned that you are helping him with his punching. Can you elaborate a bit more on, again, what an Aikido stylist and a mixed martial artist like yourself, as you say, is teaching a guy like Lyoto when it comes to the handiwork?
For example, I don't turn my hand when I punch.
You don't corkscrew the hand?
No. When I punch like this because it's faster and it comes from here, doesn't come here, doesn't come from here, it comes from down here.
How do you mean if you're punching? Say if you're punching my hand.
Well, it's here.
Okay.
Yeah. So...
That's like a Jeet Kune Do punch. Look at the photo above of Bruce Lee. That's like a non-telegraphed Jeet Kune Do punch.
And I drop my hand down, and it comes from my body. It doesn't come from my shoulder or my hips. My whole body flies.
Right.
So it's very different. My punches are very different, and they're quick, I mean, like I said, Lyoto's father and I are the same.
Yeah.
But we're also a little different because some of my teachers were different from his, and in some ways he's envious of me and who I got to study with and vice versa. But, he has two great teachers in his father and I, and I think there's just some unique stuff that I'm teaching Lyoto that he wouldn't be learning from anywhere else, I don't think.
Now, this intrigues me. Are there many techniques, do you believe, out there in the whole world of martial arts that the public still haven't seen displayed successfully in MMA?
Thousands. Hundreds of thousands. There's so many. I mean, and I don't want to say I know much because I don't really know anything, but I've forgotten more techniques than most people have learned.
There you have it. Steven Seagal has forgotten more techniques than most people have learned. And he also says he doesn't really know much. I mean, what a humble man. What a humble man.
Wow. If you could choose to work with any other mixed martial artist that you haven't worked with yet, who would you choose? Who are you a fan of?
I mean, I'm working with who I want to work with. Those are two of my favorite guys. There's plenty of other great fighters out there. And to me, anybody who enters the ring, enters the octagon is a great warrior, and I automatically respect them. I don't like the concept of people doing the interviews and bad-mouthing the other guy, and I'm going to do this to him, and I'm going to do that to him, and he's this, and he's that. And I think that that's a disgrace to the martial art.
Is he talking about Chael Sonnen here? And Conor McGregor?
And I don't like it at all, and maybe some people are being egged on to do that for publicity, but I don't like that.
Well, it begs a question that I've asked before in interviews. Are most mixed martial artists actually martial artists, or are they fighters?
I mean, most of them are fighters.
They don't embody the true martial arts spirit, the true Bushido spirit.
Well, I mean, but...
You were talking about speed before, particularly in relating to Lyoto Machida. How fast are you still at 60 years old? And when you're sparring guys like Lyoto and Anderson, how fast are you still?
You should ask them that. I don't want to answer that.
Do you believe you're still as fast as you were even 10 years ago?
Maybe faster.
Really?
Steven Seagal is so good, he gets faster with age. I mean, this is pretty incredible. Steven Seagal faster at 60 than 50. This is incredible. So he might even be faster now at 71.
In another life, would you have chosen to be a mixed martial arts fighter? In the cage, I mean?
No.
Not for you?
We believe in keeping, all of this as secret as we can, and, there's just a lot of stuff we don't teach.
Still to come on The Voice versus Steven Seagal. We talked to Steven about his work in law enforcement, particularly on the border between Mexico and Arizona. Welcome back to The Voice versus Steven Seagal in Scottsdale, Arizona. While he's been a movie star for the better part of a quarter of a century, it's a little-known fact that for more than 20 years, Steven Seagal has been involved in the law enforcement industry. So I ask him the question, why does a movie star like himself, who could sit back and enjoy a lifestyle of parties, fine-looking women, poolside, cocktails, choose to engage and put his life in jeopardy working the border patrol between Mexico and the United States?
And not only that, but eventually, several years later, come out on Piers Morgan and Alex Jones against the Illuminati cabal.
Moving on to another topic, you do a lot of law work, particularly on the border here in Arizona. What makes a movie star like yourself, who could sit back and live the lifestyle of a movie star, relax, coast through life, what makes you want to put your life on the line against, drug traffickers, human traffickers, rapists and the likes, protecting the border? Why do that?
I'm a warrior, and that's in my blood. I also like to protect my country, and I do that on the border as best I can. I also like to do the little bit I can to take the bad guys off the streets, murderers, rapists, armed robbers, people who are terrible for society, terrible for your wife and your children to have to live in the same planet with, I'm hoping that those guys can all be put away so they can't victimize any more people.
You're up against some of the most dangerous and depraved people in the world when you're doing this line of work. What's the most dangerous situation you've ever found yourself in doing this work?
Well, I think being shot at and, kicking in doors where there's bad guys in there with guns that are going to try to shoot you if they can, stuff like that.
Have you ever been shot?
Yes.
Stabbed?
Cut, not stabbed.
Wow.
Yeah.
Are you always armed?
Yes.
Right now, if I was to look around this room, would I find an arm of some sort that you've brought with you?
Yes.
Steven Seagal is such an honest guy. He also, he's obviously well planned for anything that could happen. But then again, how many people have enough of a death wish to try to make a move on Seagal, CIA agents or otherwise?
You once stated in an interview that you feel more Asian than American. Is that still the case?
Well, I mean, I was raised in Asia. It was a real impressionable times for me because I was over there very young in age, and just the most formative moments of my life were there under great teachers. So that's where I got my culture from, my knowledge, my wisdom, my, most of learned there.
Is it true that also you have a grandmother in your lineage that is Mongolian? Is that true?
Well, no, it's really probably on my father's side, because all I have is a picture of my father's family, and they got pretty slanted eyes and Asian clothes, so they look like Russian Mongols, but I don't know what they are, but they're something Asian.
Speaking of Russian, you were in Russia just last week with Vladimir Putin, with Fyodor Emelianenko. Tell me about that experience, because you were personally invited by Putin, I believe, to go to Russia. What was that like?
Well, I mean, I think I love Vladimir Putin, and I think he's a wonderful human being, a great world leader, a real man. And I think he loves the martial arts. The first time I went to his home many years ago, he had a life-size statue of Kanojigoro.
Wow.
He went to Putin's personal home many years ago? Interesting. It seems like once Seagal starts talking really fast, he doesn't filter himself.
The founder of judo. Incredible.
He's just a great guy. I have tremendous respect for him. And I love what he's done for the martial arts in Russia and around the world. And so I want to go there and participate in that. And we went to one event together, and it was just an honor for me to be with him.
Coming up when we return to The Voice versus Steven Seagal, I asked Steven about his spiritual side and also what legacy he'd like to leave to the world. Welcome back to The Voice versus Steven. It's no secret that Steven Seagal is a Buddhist and apparently was once declared a tulku, that is a reincarnation of a 17th century Buddhist monk. Let's get into the spiritual side now of Steven Seagal, ask him about his Buddhist life and what legacy he'd like to leave. In 1997, you were recognized as a Tibetan Lama, or a tulku, that you were the reincarnation of a 17th century Buddhist monk named Chundrag Dorje. Can you tell me more about that and what that meant?
Well, without going into any great detail, I've been a Buddhist since I was a child, since I was a young boy. I started out being around Japanese Buddhists and somehow gravitated into Tibetan Buddhism. My teachers recognized me as that person, but it's never really meant much to me in the sense that we don't believe that it's who you were as much as who you are in this life. And if I can learn anything from, past life memories or any of the great things that Chundrag Dorje did, that would be great. But I think I'd just like to keep my shoulder to the wheel and, learn as much as I can about Buddhism and how to help others, how to have compassion, how to make the world a better place. And
what a humble guy. I mean, he's not even making that much of being this reincarnated Lama.
To me, Buddhism is more about altruism and compassion and how you live your life and trying to make the world a better place than it is a religion.
Have you ever thought of branching into comedy roles in acting? I mean, I remember I saw a Mountain Dew ad in which you were absolutely hilarious.
I think I can be very funny. Everyone who knows me thinks I can be very funny.
You guys want to see that Mountain Dew ad? It's a pretty funny ad. Let's take a look at it.
Give me the money. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Get that. Get that. Right.
fair use. This is commentary.
Give me that.
Oh, sorry, man. You okay? I feel terrible.
That's pretty funny. That's pretty funny.
How much was
Oh
it?
no, it's on me, sir.
Thank you very much. I bet you'd like an autograph, huh?
Whatever.
Oh, man. Actually, you know what a good idea for a movie would be? If Seagal was some kind of janitor at a convenience store or a 24-hour gas station. Can you imagine the antics that Seagal could get into?
Yeah. I can't believe it's me either.
Yeah, that's kind of funny. He definitely should have done more comedies. I mean, he is pretty hilarious.
I would love to do a comedy if the right one came along.
If you could go back in time, Stephen, and change anything about your life at any period of your life, what would you choose if you chose anything?
Well, without getting too personal, I would just say that my biggest flaw is that I want to believe that not all people are evil. And I want to be able to trust people, and I've trusted the wrong people many times.
Again, the honesty here. This is just incredible.
And it's been extremely costly. Extremely costly, because there are scam artists and liars and thieves and criminals that will say anything you want to hear and can do some of the most damage that, you know, can possibly be inflicted, you know.
When you leave this world, as we all will one day, what legacy do you hope that you leave?
I mean, you know, I've worked very hard to try to make the world a better place with how I've helped people, in just kindness and giving away everything I had to give, and trying to work to make the environment better, to try to fight against those who are destroying the environment. I've pretty much done everything I can do to be all I can be and help others and help the world be a better place in my small way. I'm a small person, and what I've done is minuscule in the grand scheme of things.
I mean, is it possible to be even more humble than Seagal? Is it possible to downplay your talents, abilities, and achievements more than Seagal has done?
Be that as it may, under God, under Lord Buddha, under all the things that I believe in and all the things that I consider to be sacred, I have tried very hard to be a good man and to help others, and I will continue to try.
Has any of your work in law enforcement, has any of your acting, any of your martial arts ever contradicted your spiritual beliefs?
I mean, you know, in other people's minds, I'm sure that it could, because people tend to, you know, always be very judgmental, and not always, but, you know, oftentimes, and it's very hard for people to really understand the essence of others, where they come from, what they're really doing. For example, I have the feeling that one of the things that you're saying is, for example, well, if you're a Buddhist, how could you be a cop? Well, I became a cop to try to help others. I became a cop to try to get the bad guys off the street. I became a cop to save lives. Many times in my life, I got to take someone who is a murderer or a rapist and get them off the street. I've saved many people's lives during Katrina in Louisiana. Yeah. I was there. You know, I got to save lives there as a police officer. So that to me is more important than sitting up on a throne in robes and, you know, preaching the gospel. I don't mind diving in the water to save a life. I don't mind getting my hands dirty to help someone who needs help.
If you had to choose the most rewarding experience, other than family, of course, which is so rewarding for all of us, would it be the work helping people out in Katrina and situations like that you've done over and above your martial arts accomplishments or your movie accomplishments or anything?
Hold on. Anybody want receipts for Seagal saving lives out there in the Katrina aftermath? Anybody in the chat want receipts? All the Seagal haters out there. I mean, I can't imagine how you guys are coping right now. I mean, I really can't imagine. This is an image of Seagal in the aftermath of Katrina. I mean, how many more receipts can we find here? I mean, this is absolutely bonkers. I mean, we're just burying people in receipts. I mean, this man, I mean, he's pretty, I mean, I've single-handedly come up with these receipts to back just about anything this man has said. And, I mean, there's more. From Anderson Cooper in his book, Dispatches from the End. There's an interview here, July 2006, Stuff Magazine. They ask Anderson Cooper, in your book, Dispatches from the Edge, you mention all the celebrities who showed up in the wake of Hurricane Katrina. Does any one encounter stand out as the most bizarre? Anderson Cooper says Steven Seagal. A cop car pulls up and I'm thinking, weird, that guy looks just like Steven Seagal. Then I realize that it is Steven Seagal. And it's not just Steven Seagal. It's Steven Seagal in uniform out on patrol with the Jefferson Parish SWAT team. I was oddly transfixed, so I went up to him. He was like, quote, yeah, I'm just out here doing my thing. I don't want to make a big deal out of it, end quote. I mean, how much corroboration can there possibly be? I mean, again, the Seagal haters, I mean, the level of cope they must have after this expose. I mean, we're finding out Seagal's actually downplaying all of his involvement in all of this. I mean, why is a multi-millionaire going out there on patrol in the aftermath of Katrina?
Yes. Those are the things that matter the most. Saving lives and helping people.
Stephen, thank you so much for your time. As I said, I've always been a big fan of you as a martial artist, of your many charitable undertakings. And, you know, we didn't talk about your helping animals around the world as well. You're a big dog lover, helping to save animals' lives in various countries.
Yeah, let's not forget Steven Seagal's 1999 PETA Humanitarian Award either.
Your work on the border and keeping us all safe. And as one of the most legitimate martial artists, old school martial artists, and a man who was the first Westerner to ever operate his own Aikido dojo in Japan, which I think is a massive achievement as well. And I just want to say thank you for joining us on the show today, and it's been an absolute pleasure.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so let's get back to the Bruce Lee receipts. So we have James Coburn, friend of Bruce Lee, friend of Seagal from his own mouth. We have Famura. Or Fumio Demura, rather. F. Demura. Fumio Demura. I mean, clearly, Bruce Lee and Seagal are traveling in the same circles. So let's get to into the nitty gritty now. So the people claiming that Seagal and Coburn only hooked up way later as, you know, friends, business partners, martial arts practitioners. Coburn actually supposedly got Steven Seagal and Haruo Matsuoka the gig on the Merv Griffin show. So enter the Merv Griffin show. Here, let's get the exact date here. Now, there's been some confusion because this clip was mislabeled on YouTube, and a lot of the coincidence theorists, I mean, they're such goofs, they hallucinate that clips can't be mislabeled, and they claim Seagal never knew Bruce Lee because of a mislabeled clip. Can you imagine the goofery? But we're bringing all the receipts here. We're bringing every last one of them. If YouTube allows, of course. And, of course, there's going to be issues here. 1 second. So prepare for this clip. This is one of the first media appearances, if not the very first, of the one and only Steven Seagal. Oh, wow. YouTube does not want this clip out there for some reason. I don't know why. Alright, here we go.
Fast motion sort of go. Along, fast motion sort of go along, explaining a few of the things as I go, and then show a couple of things in slow motion.
So this is an early 80s appearance of Steven Seagal on the Merv Griffin show. I mean, it looks like Seagal's not even exerting 1% of his effort. It looks like he broke his arm right there.
As he comes for me, I don't use strength. I don't need strength. It's just my energy is going down. He finds it real hard to get up because of my energy, not because I'm pressing on him. If I try to use strength to overcome him, it becomes very difficult. In other words, if I tell him I'm going to take my baby finger, which is very small compared to his body, and I say, I want you to break it. If I use strength, match my strength against his, naturally it hurts because his body's so much stronger than my finger. But if I say, push me over or break my finger, this is my baby finger. And Merv, come on up behind him and just push on him. we're not gonna hurt you, you're not gonna have to fall down. I'm not your nephew.
Has anybody seen this? This is pretty incredible.
I just want you to say, see.
Oh, sorry about that.
What I'm doing is just using my energy. My energy is going out. See? This is my key. And he's pushing, and he's pushing. And he's pushing. This is my baby finger. It's not my body. And this is my baby finger, too.
I mean, look at Seagal with his pinky finger. I mean, this guy could dispatch all comers with just his pinky finger.
Forces him down. Let me show a little bit of weapons, take away a little bit of weapons. Now, just hold him, okay?
Weapons?
Yeah, I'm going to show a little bit of knife take away, a little bit of sword. First of all, state of mind is really important. We're talking about women's self-defense. I think the most important thing is attitude. By virtue of the fact that somebody's a woman, the attacker thinks, I'm a big man, I've got the advantage. Therefore, she has the element of surprise with her.
Justin Johnson in the chat asking, question is, how tough is his chin? Well, first of all, is that ever going to be a factor? Because nobody's going to be able to hit it in the first place.
If he sticks a knife in my back, and he has this here, if I tell him, if I move, you kill me.
I mean, the speed of Seagal just seems to be completely unparalleled.
I'll show slow motion. What really happens is, when I move, my arm is already there. In other words, from here, if I move out this way, or move sideways at all, he'll cut me. What I'm really doing is cutting the angle, you see? Mm-hmm. But from here, then I have the knife, you see? It's the same thing from the front. You can have this in my throat.
I don't know. I think Seagal might be an interdimensional entity. I mean, nobody is this good. This guy's like a master of all trades and a jack of none.
Now, when somebody's got you that close up, it's easy. It's when they back off and they start flailing the knife around that it's harder. Let me show just a little bit of that. Just quickly before I get around. And what's happening here is this. He cuts any time that he's up in the air or past the center. I know he can slice me good.
I don't know if he's out of breath. It sounds like the mic is just very sensitive and it's picking up his breathing because he's talking really quickly here.
But it's at the exact moment that he passes the center that I know I can enter. Right there. I've got it. I've got it.
Is it true, Steve, that this fellow that's working with you used to be the same size you were?
On the sword technique, I'm going to show you how he got so much smaller.
I mean, it doesn't seem like he's taking breaths in between all the words. I mean, he's talking pretty extensively. I don't know if that's just a sensitive mic.
There's also his voice change. You'll see that in just a minute.
Poor guy. Jack, it might be the ultimate diet.
I'm on a diet now, too.
Are you?
Yeah. Trying to get slim and trim again.
This is Seagal in the early 80s talking about getting slim and trim. This is the early 80s Seagal.
What do you think of this fella, Jack? He's very nice. Is he a nice person?
Jack is the...
Yes, Jack is the trumpet man.
The trumpet man.
Yeah.
Fantastic band.
Yep.
Glad you like it. You guys are great.
Well, don't forget, he's also a kendo master with the sword.
This is a technique where he got a lot smaller. And what's up?
I mean, how come Seagal doesn't do samurai movies? It seems like he'd be really good at samurai movies.
Whoa! Gee, I can't look at that. That was the voice change, wasn't it?
See, a long time ago, when you learn Kenjutsu, the real art of the sword, you have to learn how to deal with armor. And in the groin and under the arms, armor could never be real strong for mobility purposes, but you have the femoral artery in here, brachial artery in here. So a lot of the techniques are under the arms and in the groin. Very effective with or without armor.
Oh, absolutely.
As you can
see. We know that, don't we, Jim? In the commercials we've done.
I'm gonna, unless you have any questions, I'm gonna pretty much call it quits right there.
Oh, I think that is unbelievable. Aikido. Our thanks to Steve Seagal and his assistant, and to James Coburn, who's brought us another winner.
So there's James Coburn there, explicitly stating he brought us another winner. So here is Bruce Lee's good friend and student, James Coburn, with Steven Seagal in the early 80s, and who said he met Seagal years earlier. So obviously Bruce died in 73. So at which point would have Coburn met Seagal?
We'll come back after this message. Hold on.
So there is James Coburn and Steven Seagal in this Merv Griffin performance. So Steven Seagal was in high school in 1970. He was in Fullerton College between 70 and 71. Bruce Lee left for Hong Kong in 1971. I mean, obviously he traveled back and forth. So supposedly, the time frame in which Seagal could have met Bruce would have been approximately 1970 at James Coburn's house. He would have been 18 years old, approximately. 18 or 19. So he did his first trip to Japan around 17, but that was a short trip, so then he would have been back because he attended some of Fullerton College between 1970 and 1971. So did an 18-year-old Steven Seagal meet Bruce Lee at James Coburn's house? So Ron Balicki and Dan Inosanto have backed up this claim that Bruce Lee did in fact, that Steven Seagal and Bruce Lee did in fact know each other. Now, Doraku on some of these forums, Bruce Lee Lives tribute forum, said this. Apparently, Ron Balicki on his Twitter also confirmed that Seagal and Bruce did meet each other. So, 1 second. This content was all deleted, obviously. This was all on Facebook. I'll get it back in a second. Helps to have archived copies of everything for these exact purposes. Oh man, it's not showing up. Okay, so apparently this has been scrubbed. I can't get it back. Just give me a second, I'll bring it up here. So Ron Balicki said that Dan Inosanto also confirmed that Seagal met Bruce Lee. Sun Lodge 6 posted this on YouTube. I lived on Outpost Cove Drive in Hollywood Hills back in 1965, and James Coburn lived above us on Mulholland. Quite a few times as I was walking down the hill, James Coburn would drive by and stop and give me a lift. I was 14 years old. I met Bruce Lee in '69 at my uncle's Encino restaurant. I was 21. Seagal was 17. The story goes here, Aztec Unshaven said Bruce had stopped by one time at Coburn's home when Seagal was there. Stuntman and son-in-law of Dan Inosanto, Ron Balicki, has confirmed this. Coburn and Seagal were friends already. Coburn once brought Seagal to show his skills at the Merv Griffin show too. This was before Seagal starred in any film. Apparently Inosanto was the one who told Balicki about this. Another person also said it's interesting because Bruce Lee was at the 1967 Long Beach International Karate Championships during his famous demo. Seagal was studying Aikido at the Orange Aikikai under Harry Ishisaka, one of the first Aikido teachers in California. So if they were both, they could have also both been at that Long Beach Karate Championships just watching it. Also, Bruce Lee did have a visit to Japan as well. During pre-production of Fist of Fury, he went to Japan. He went to Tokyo. So would that have been 69? So there does seem to be quite a few opportunities for them to have ran into each other, but the most obvious would have, of course, been at Coburn's house. Because Seagal apparently didn't move to Japan full-time until 1974, which was after Bruce Lee's death. And Bruce Lee moved to Hong Kong fall of 71. But again, still traveled back and forth. So Seagal was training in the LA area since the late 60s. Ventura IT also posted that his own father was a student with Seagal in late 60s or in Orange, California. And Bruce Lee also had a third school in Los Angeles in 1967. So this Merv Griffin show was 1982, approximately. So what does everybody make of this? Also, Paula Inosanto, Dan's wife, also apparently stated that Seagal was at Coburn's house and the both of them knew Bruce. Huh, interesting. So we have 3 other individuals here. S King 36, start with part 1. Start with part 1. I put all the receipts on the screen with all the sources. And I also put, in the previous part, we looked at Lyoto Machida actually using Aikido in MMA for all the goofs that think it can't be used. And Machida's not even an Aikido master like Seagal. So we have quite a few individuals backing up the story that Seagal met Bruce Lee. Yeah, I mean, also we went over the timeline of how all of the anti-Seagal propaganda started when Seagal started speaking out against Obama in 2014, and then of course his infamous Piers Morgan appearance 2017, and then within weeks you got Ellen DeGeneres' wife and all these other personalities coming out with stories about Seagal, but no actual police reports. Then there are police reports by Harvey Weinstein's defense lawyer, who found one woman and then a second woman to make claims against Seagal. None of this actually ever made it to court, but Seagal made 2 appearances on the Alex Jones show, dropping some truth bombs. Dropping absolute bombs. And also, people are wondering, could Linda, Bruce Lee's wife, if she wasn't at Coburn's, she wouldn't have known if Bruce and Seagal met, but she would have obviously been able to say whether Seagal visited the Lee home. So here's the quote from Balicki. I can tell you that my father-in-law and mother-in-law have told me stories of hanging out with Coburn, and a young Steven Seagal was with James Coburn. So this is what Ron Balicki has said. So yeah, I mean, there is another story of some guy who hopped the fence into Bruce Lee's yard and Bruce Lee beat him up. Was that Steven Seagal? Well, everybody says Seagal lies about everything, so all the Seagal haters think that Seagal and Bruce never actually met. I mean, there's actually another story here of Seagal talking about Bruce Lee and what they were training. He actually claims to have trained with Bruce Lee as well. So I'm going to bring this clip up next. So Jesse Enkamp had a video here of spending 24 hours with Bruce Lee about a year ago. So Seagal would have been either 69 or 70 here. So let's check out this video. And he talks about Bruce Lee in this video as well. He makes some bold claims. He makes some very bold claims here.
I'm in Dubai.
Let's see if there's any truth to him here.
With Steven Seagal, and in the previous episode, he taught me and my brother some amazing.
Yeah. It's kind of going like this with him.
Yeah.
Blocked easier.
Yeah.
Okay? And stand strong.
So Seagal would be either 69 or 70 here.
Yep.
Pay attention. You paying attention? Oliver, you sure?
Yes, sir.
Watch this. Okay, see, here's what's happening. It's going here and here because he's good, so he knows how to turn his toe in and he knows how to make it come here also. But it's also going into his shoulder.
Right.
Now watch this.
Yeah.
It's completely different. If I hit him like this, there's a lot of shock.
Yeah.
You know? But when I hit him like this, you can feel a different.
And this guy's 69 or 70 years old, wrecking people with literally 1% effort.
Penetration. When we're here and we do this kind of thing, you can even do this. Now I've trapped his hands. Okay? This is the kind of thing I want you to learn. So we're here, we do this kind of thing, look at the hand again, look at the feet again. Now in my style, I would just take this and go into, you know, something like that, but you can't do that, but you'll still have both of his hands.
Around. No bounce. Certain type of footwork to achieve this?
In my footwork, it's always like a triangle, and I'm always sliding.
Right.
I don't do this thing that you guys are doing.
Right.
Jumping around.
No
do
bouncing.
that ever.
Yeah.
I will just stand here. Stand here, or stand here. In your style, you're going to move. Right. As you're moving, don't jump around a lot. Don't do this stuff. Right. If you move, just move like this. And from here, take your shot.
Yeah.
You notice how I waited for the right body position?
Yep. Yeah.
Everybody in boxing and karate, they'll say, get the right body position. Yeah. But they never say, get his right body position and your body position together. So let's talk about kicks now.
Okay.
When you do Mai Geri, for example.
Okay. Yep. Yep.
Okay. You all right?
Yeah, I'm good.
So when you kick, this is sword.
Same
When you
idea.
kick,
Yeah.
this is sword.
Yep. Yeah.
Try that.
Okay. And you gotta feel that.
You know, I'm covering this much distance. There are stupid people who are saying, you can never do that, this punch.
Yeah.
I've done it 1,000 times.
Yeah.
And I just did it.
I guess it's like with everything, you just need to practice. If you just try it out once, of course you're not gonna get it to work.
Right.
You need to do it hundreds, thousands of times.
Yeah. Wow.
Let's take a little break.
Yes.
Yeah.
Thank you very much.
In Okinawa and different parts of Japan, you'll hear karate masters say, karate begins with kata and ends with kata.
Yeah.
I don't believe that and I don't agree with that.
No.
My teachers told me, learn waza from the master.
Yeah.
Fight,
Yeah.
perfect your waza, and go back to the master and learn more waza.
Yeah.
I'm trying to spend 60, 70% giving you guys spirituality, philosophy, because the technique, even though you might be amazed or you might be interested, that's the not the most important thing.
Yeah.
My master used to say, little finger can make a big man cry. And what he meant by that is, you have really 10 weapons.
Exactly. Yeah.
One time somebody pulled a knife on me and he said, okay, now what are you going to do? And I said, I have 10 weapons, you have one. Because he was concentrating on this.
Yeah.
That was all he knew.
Yeah.
I was concentrating on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 5, 10. But also the fingers are part of the hand. So if we want to sever your spinal column, we can hit you right there, and that's it. And we don't do that with the fingers.
I mean, look at Seagal imparting the wisdom of severing spinal columns. I mean, do you really want to fight a guy like this?
Do that. Really, we hit here. I don't know if the camera can see that.
Yeah.
Get it here and then here.
Yeah.
And you notice when I do this, it turns it into a very thin knife.
Yep.
When I do this, it becomes thick.
So this is more like a blunt weapon, and this is more sharp.
That's right. That's exactly right.
If you want to show mercy, you do that.
Yeah. Mercy is for after they're sleeping.
Okay.
Another great quote for Seagal. Mercy is after they're sleeping. Wow. Epic quotes. No shortage of epic quotes from Seagal.
Yeah.
Because everybody's life is precious, but when somebody steps outside of normal parameters of human behavior to the point where they become a danger to humanity, it's our job as Bugesha to neutralize them. Don't you agree?
Yeah.
So let's do little fingers now. You ready?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Okay.
I'll come in here like that. This in the eyes.
Yeah.
You know.
Exactly.
Or this.
That was.
Seagal barely touched him and he almost collapsed his trachea. I mean, is there anyone who still doubts Seagal's lethality? I mean, what are we on? Are we on hour 15 now of our Seagal examination? Is there anyone still doubting his lethality?
That was right on the spot. Yeah. Let's say Oliver is fighting, and he wants to.
And then here.
Yeah.
And this is a break.
Yeah.
This is a break.
Yeah.
You know?
Yeah.
He's really finished here.
Yeah.
Can you feel
How do you
that?
feel?
Yeah. But I mean, we do have him.
Yeah, why are you here?
Into this.
Yeah.
This is called Sankyo. And if I want to break it, I snap it back very hard and fast and it's broken.
Yes.
Otherwise, I come into here.
Yeah.
I control him.
Yeah.
Or I come into here.
Yeah.
So when we're here, anytime like this, it's that down movement.
Ah, yeah.
Anytime his fingers are anywhere, that's all I need.
Yep. You would try to...
Don't do this. Don't do this.
Okay.
It's like sword.
Oh, okay.
It's like sword.
Yes.
Stand strong.
Okay.
Can't do it.
And this guy's 70.
For example,
This guy's 70.
who's sitting there and he takes off. Do you see him go like this? You don't see nothing.
Yeah.
He said, this is how a good punch is.
Amazing martial artists in America, including Danny Inosanto, Tadashi Yamashita, Fumio Demura, Ed Parker, and many more. But perhaps the most famous one was Bruce Lee.
I get asked about Bruce Lee all the time, and I think Bruce Lee was very unique. Like any other human being, he was human. One of my students was a guy called James Coburn, and when I'd go up to his house in Nevada, Bruce Lee was there a lot.
So this is interesting because this came up recently. This video was only posted about a year ago, and everybody's been kind of discussing because he mentioned the Bruce Lee story way back in approximately 2012 on the Voice Chevello interview, which we went over. This is one of the only other times he's referred to Bruce Lee.
Did I know Bruce, talk to him, learn from him? Nothing like that.
So he says he didn't really learn from him being there. Interesting.
But I did get to see him and watch him and talk to him. And I can tell you that his sidekick, his Yokogiri, was spectacular.
Yeah.
The best I've ever seen to this day. Much better than me ever was, ever will be, ever could be. His stuff with Uroken and punching the front, stuff like that, yes, he was very fast, but I know other people also just as fast.
Notice how he didn't drop any names there.
Yeah.
I'm speaking my opinion.
Yeah, sure.
When you have people talking about how, Gene LeBell used to teach Bruce Lee and Gene LeBell beat him up and choked him out. If Gene LeBell said that, and he probably did, he is a pitiful liar.
Yeah.
And in my opinion, and this is based on the way I know the Lee family and how close I am with Danny Inosanto, who I think was one of the closest to Bruce Lee, I can guarantee you they never fought. I can guarantee you Gene LeBell never beat up Bruce Lee or anything like that. Never did, never could.
So how about the fact that a lot of people seem to exaggerate Bruce Lee's abilities? What do you think that is? Why do they put him on such a high pedestal?
I mean, people love to have a hero. They love to have this mythical, idea of someone larger than life and bigger than life. And in many ways, he probably was.
There you go. A humble, gracious Steven Seagal. So, a lot of detractors also state that Steven Seagal would never say that Coburn was his student or any of this stuff while Coburn was still alive, because all of this is coming out later. Well, let's bring some receipts here. Or that Seagal was talking about Bruce just in the social media age for clout or whatever. So James Coburn died November 18th, 2002. So let's see here. Lookity. What do we have here? This is February 1989 Black Belt Magazine. February 1989. Let me say that again for the coincidence theorists. February 1989. And let's read this excerpt here from Black Belt Magazine, February 1989. Black Belt magazine asked him, in a recent Black Belt interview, noted martial arts film actor Bob Wall claimed you have had a bad attitude and that you have publicly put down both Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris. Did you? Seagal states, I don't recall ever saying to anybody that Bruce Lee was lousy. I think he's great. Black Belt magazine asks him, did you ever meet him? So Steven Seagal himself has never offered the fact that he knew Bruce Lee. I mean, what a humble guy, clearly not clout chasing. He never, ever initiated saying anything about Bruce Lee. It was people asking about him. Seagal responds, yeah, I knew him through James Coburn. This is 1989. James Coburn, still a relatively big star at the time, could have easily refuted this if it was untrue. Bruce was very opinionated. He badmouthed everybody and everything, but he never badmouthed Aikido and he never badmouthed me. I have always said good things about Bruce Lee, always. I've been doing the martial arts for 30 years. I have the right to have an opinion. And I'm a lot higher ranking and have been doing martial arts a lot longer than this person who doesn't think I have the right to an opinion. I don't recall ever telling anybody in print that I thought Chuck Norris was lousy. I said that I didn't care for his films. Another question here. So you have no qualms about Bruce Lee's fighting ability? I think, Seagal responded, I think Bruce Lee was a great fighter and a great little athlete. He was always practicing. He put a little makiwara, a punching board, inside his car and would punch it while he was driving. I mean, does anybody recall this? Because I don't recall that story. I don't know if... There was one photo of something like that, though. Bruce was always trying, and I loved and respected that about him. I think he was great. And I think it's outrageous that anyone said I said otherwise. So this isn't even a decade after his appearance on the Merv Griffin show. So here is irrefutable evidence and receipts that Seagal claimed he knew Bruce Lee while Coburn was still alive and through Coburn. I mean, what is going on here? I mean, how many more receipts can we get? But look at it, look! What else do we have here? This is Black Belt magazine. April 1990. Where Seagal once again discusses all of this. Coburn still very much alive. You caused a bit of furor in the past over comments you made regarding Bruce Lee and Chuck Norris, among others. Seagal says, I don't recall saying anything bad about Bruce Lee. I think Bruce Lee was great. I think he was a great fighter, great martial artist. I loved his attitude. I had the fortune to meet him and see him and know him a little bit through James Coburn. He was very good. I admired his attitude more than anything. In fact, his attitude reminds me of my attitude in many ways in terms of really want to accomplish something and trying hard to get that. A lot of times you'll find things in print that you didn't say. I'm not going to comment on Chuck Norris. I don't recall ever saying anything bad about him in print. And we are not done here. Let's get some more receipts from other individuals who also knew and were around. Lookity look! What else do we have here? We have Black Belt Magazine 2003 here. I mean, I don't know. Is everybody not buried in receipts yet? I mean, the Seagal haters might never be able to show their faces ever again after this. So this is Matsuoka. In 1975, a 23-year-old American martial arts master named Steven Seagal started an Aikido school in a quiet section of Osaka, Japan. Can you imagine being 23 years old and starting a martial arts school in Japan as a non-Japanese? I mean, think about how good he must have been. It was the first dojo in the land of the rising sun, opened by an American who had obtained the blessings of Kizumaru Uyeshiba, the son of Aikido founder Morihei Uyeshiba. Years later, Seagal's string of hit movies focused the public's attention on his gentle martial art. So Matsuoka here is claiming that Seagal had the blessing of Uyeshiba's son, which would explain how this was even done, because otherwise how would he even be able to do this? The history of Seagal's Aikido begins in Japan and is closely linked with a martial artist named Haruo Matsuoka. The relationship between Seagal and Matsuoka started at the time the Tenshin Dojo, which means Heart of Heaven and Earth, was founded. Matsuoka was 15 years old when he decided to check out the top Japanese masters in the Kansai area near Osaka. His search stopped when he met Seagal. Why did Matsuoka choose an American instructor when he could have picked a top Japanese master? I wanted to study in the most serious dojo, he says. The techniques had to work on the street. Many of the other dojo were too passive. I was very inspired by Seagal's demonstration of Aikido. Matsuoka became a disciple of Seagal and trained in the art for 20 years in Japan until Seagal announced that he was moving back to the U.S. He spent about 1 year in Taos, New Mexico, then moved to L.A. Matsuoka says, in 1984, I received a call from Seagal Sensei. I had just finished college. Seagal Sensei wanted me to join him in L.A. where they could build a dojo. When I came to L.A., Sensei developed a relationship with James Coburn and made it possible for us to appear on the Merv Griffin show. Matsuoka served as chief instructor at the Tenshin Dojo from 89 to 97, then journeyed back to Japan to train under the 10th degree black belt Saiseki Abe, another good friend of Seagal's. In late 99, Matsuoka returned to California and opened the Aikido Doshinokai Dojo in Culver City. So here we have a student of Seagal's verifying all of these different relationships. I mean, how much more receipts can we get? I mean, is it even possible to have more receipts? I mean, if Seagal and Bruce only met a few times on his house, Coburn's house, I mean, this was before Bruce was famous, so I don't know. I mean, would they have been taking photos? And, I mean, maybe Seagal does have photos. I mean, to my knowledge, he never actually released photos proving anything. All these photos and all these receipts are from non-Seagal, from anybody other than Seagal. So this firmly disproves anybody trying to say that Seagal only mentioned Bruce after Coburn died. Because clearly that's not the case. And clearly Seagal never even mentioned Bruce for clout. It was always in response to questions being asked of him. I mean, anybody else in Seagal's position would have probably really been, you know, yucking it up on how they knew Bruce. Here's a couple more quotes from a user named Gabrich here. Balicki stated, "All I can tell you is that Inosanto and Seagal were talking, and Coburn and Lee came up. They talked about the time the four of them were at James' home. My father-in-law has known Steve since he was a very young man." Balicki's father-in-law is Dan Inosanto. So, I mean, are all these guys lying, and for what? I mean, I don't know, but it seems like the more we fact-check Seagal, the more he checks out. And in fact, it looks like he's been understating everything the entire time of his abilities, who he's known when, and what he has accomplished. Coburn was also a pallbearer at Bruce Lee's funeral. And Coburn was on the Merv Griffin show many, many times as well. So what's the final verdict? Did Steven Seagal indeed know Bruce Lee? I mean, the more we fact check, the more that Seagal is vindicated at every turn, and we see the agenda against him, all for speaking truth to light against the Illuminati, against the evils in Hollywood. I mean, this is really, this has been really, really enlightening, and we're not done. We're going to have to do yet another part where we examine the propaganda campaign against Seagal, so we'll probably be back for at least one more episode in the most comprehensive analysis of the lifetimes and alleged crimes of Steven Seagal. Hope everybody enjoyed another edition of the MindShock podcast. You want to help support the podcast, you can donate to our PayPal. You can also become a YouTube member right here on YouTube. Make sure to subscribe, like, and share Twitter, Facebook, Reddit, Patreon. This is Bruce McGuire signing off. Catch you guys next time.